Welcome to Paranormal M, your portal to the world beyond. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to catch every haunting tale we share. Experience the thrill of the supernatural. I heard a man crying near the washroom. 2024 incident. I am Jay Islari, a male 26. I always sleep late at night, and on that day it was around 1 or maybe 1:30 a.m., I guess. I was watching a series amidst I felt the urge to go to the washroom, so I went. I just touched the doorknob. I heard a man crying like my whole body just started shivering, and all of a sudden I ran away from there and told my mom about this. We went back in a minute. There was no one there, and we searched everywhere with the flash on. But shockingly, no one there. I already know this place is a bit haunted, because I already had an incident before this in the same place. It was when we pretty much came new. We had just a new home in this new place. There were 2 houses, one was temporary, it was like a hut. We used to live there while the new house was under construction. While it done completely, we shifted to the new one, but the TV was still on the old one. It was on 2009 or 2010, I guess. But I was new to Facebook and I was busy chatting with new friends there, and then somebody just moved the windows again and again. Thought it was my brother who was tricking me. So after some time I heard brother laughing in the old house with the family watching series on TV, and after this incident 2 or 3 days later, my brother witnessed a shadow. It was just moving and went under the bed and shook the whole bed. Next day, a barrage came and fixed the problem. After many years, came again, I guess. Starting off on a confusing foot. My one experience. I'm a 37-year-old man. I'm interested by the supernatural, but I've only ever had one small incident potentially involving it. And this is it. So to set the scene, it was 2004. I was 17 years old and at a friend's house. They had recently gone through some tragic events. I won't go into it too much as I don't want to disrespect them, but there was tragic loss of life of younger family members. Fast forward a few months, I'm at my friend's house. It was a dark winter's evening, and his mom and dad went out somewhere in their car, leaving us with the house to ourselves. Me and my friend were in the room upstairs, probably playing Football Manager. Started being a bit silly, as I was under the impression we were alone in the house, and I guess I just had a sudden burst of energy. His parents were nice people, but always very strict. I let my guard down as I knew that they were out and was doing something silly like jumping up and down on the bed while my friend turns on the game. Can't remember exactly, but it was something across those lines. The door to the room where we were in was pretty open and the lights were off on the upstairs landing. We had a lamp on in the room that we were in, and that was the only one that had light in the area. All of a sudden, I saw a tall, skinny figure went across the landing from one room to another. The figure very much represented his mom's build, so I froze, felt embarrassed that she had witnessed me silly jumping on the bed in the spare room that we were in. I assumed it must have just came home without us noticing. Not unheard of in their house, as it was brand new and not very creaky. A few moments passed and I asked my friend if his parents were back. He replied confidently, "No, I don't think so." Checked out of the windows and the car was still gone. My body went cold, hair stood up. I was so sure that I'd seen somebody. Told my friend and he seemed spooked too. I was worried I would disrespect the recent tragic events, so I didn't go into too much detail with him. I've honestly never felt so spooked about anything in my life. A friend asked me about this again in the next week, so he claimed he too saw something. But as the tragic events were still so raw, we didn't go much further into it. Well, it was just that 100% embarrassed feeling that I had stayed with me, that feeling that his parents had seen me acting a fool, and the emotions of this feeling turning into a Well, what the fuck was that then? It's like the freakiest thing I've ever witnessed, and hopefully ever will. Ghost outside my door. I was living in a mobile home with a friend of mine in 2001. We had moved in within the last few months. The room was in the back of the home at the end of the hallway. My friend usually went out on weekends, couldn't get home until late. But when he did get home, would almost always walk back and knock on my door to see if I was up. That way he could tell me about his outing. One Saturday night I was in my room watching TV. I didn't feel like talking because I was really into what I was watching. So when I heard the door open and the footsteps in the kitchen, I made up my mind to pause what I was watching and just stay quiet. Act like I was already asleep. When he came back and he knocked on the door. After a minute or so, I heard him walking down the hallway toward my room, so I just sat still waiting for him to knock. When the footsteps stopped outside the door, I could hear him breathing. There was no knock. I figured he was just standing there listening for me to make a sound indicating I was still awake so he could knock and tell me about his night. But he just stood outside the door breathing for about a minute, until the sound of the breathing stopped. I was expecting to hear him walk back to the living room and turn on the TV as usual, but there was nothing, no sound at all. I was beginning to get a little bit spooked at this point. Either he was still standing outside the door being as quiet as he could, or I just heard something terrifying. After 5 minutes of no sound, I finally got the courage to open the door and find out what was going on. As soon as I opened the door, I noticed that he wasn't there. There were no lights on and no indication that he was there at all. Looked out to see if the car was there and wasn't. I knew it was impossible for him to go back out and leave me without hearing him, so I could feel my heart pounding. Went back to my room, closed the door. I was no longer concerned with the program I was watching. Instead, I was just waiting for him to get home so I could find out how he somehow managed to leave again without me hearing him. That was the only logical explanation for what I heard, but when he finally did arrive, he told me he was still more than an hour's drive from home when this happened. Haunted Barn. It was the end of the school year in 1980. After that weekend, there were only 3 days of school left till summer vacation. My brothers and I had spent the last few weeks making our new barn into our own playhouse. We had a ping pong and a pool table set up, as well as a room with a card table and a dartboard. A friend was staying overnight with me that night to have fun in the new playhouse. Our plan was to stay up all night going back and forth between games and activities. It was around midnight and we were playing cards at the card table. We were talking about anything and everything. That's when out of nowhere, you hear banging on the wall behind us. We both look over to the source at the same time. There was a door to the outside that was opening about 3 or 4 inches and slamming over and over. It was loud and kept going almost like a minute. When it stopped, my friend and I looked at each other with a look of terror on our face. Got up and ran for the door like it was a race to see who could get out there the fastest. Went into the house to find that everybody was sitting in the living room watching Saturday Night Live. My mom and stepdad swore that no one had gone outside. I was trying to debunk what had just happened as a prank by one of my brothers. When that didn't work out, I grabbed a flashlight and we went back out to see what was outside the door. Thought we might find some tracks or some evidence that somebody was out there. When we got to the outside of the door, we noticed a concrete post leaning against it, holding it shut. I had forgotten about that at the time. It wasn't possible for that door to be open more than an inch. My heart pounded in my chest after seeing this, realizing it couldn't have been done by someone outside pranking us. My friend and I both ran back to the house as fast as we could. Called his mom to pick him up. He was too scared to stay the rest of the night. That barn was the most terrifying and active place I've ever experienced in my life. One of my older brother's friends was hit on the side of his head by a brick that flew out of nowhere at his barn parties. Fortunately, the guy was not seriously injured, but he never really came back to one of my brother's barn parties after that. I hope so. This particular event of the door slamming was truly scary, but the absolutely most terrifying event that ever happened to me was in that barn. You couldn't ask for a more beautiful spring day in 1984. I just started as a drummer in a high school rock band. The night before, my older brother and two friends of ours were practicing our new songs in the barn. I was really excited that they could say that I could be their drummer. I was just dying to get up, practice that day. The only problem with that was the drum set was in the barn and no one else was home. And no one wouldn't even think about going in that barn alone because of the strange and terrifying things that would happen in there, especially when there was no one home. But because I was so excited about getting back to practice, I decided to go ahead and go in. I had a plan to go in the front door, and it was pretty close to the drum set. If anything weird happened, I could get out of there fast. That was the plan anyway. When I got to the door and tried to open it, I noticed that it was off the track and could only open about 5 or 6 inches. That's all right, I thought. I can squeeze through there. So, with a bit of effort, I managed to squeeze myself in. It took some time, though. Great. Now I can get to practice. And practice I did for at least an hour or so. Then I did a rim shot on the snare drum a little too hard and the drum head just split open. Yeah, I'm frustrated to say the least. Threw a tantrum, so to speak, and by throwing a drumstick, it flew into the hay and went on the other side of the barn. Watched it bounce into the back addition upstairs. I calmed down pretty quick since I came to the realization that I have to go up there and get it, but practicing was over till I get a new drum head anyway. So I moved the hi-hat out of the way and began to walk toward the ladder to retrieve the drumstick. I looked up toward where the drumstick landed. It was flying right toward my head. I had to move out of the way or it would have hit me. And remember, I was alone in there. It hit the wall behind me, making a loud noise that startled me on top of already having been terrified by a flying drumstick. Without hesitation, I went straight to the door. Forgot that I had to squeeze in. I was terrified and just wanted out. But I was going to have to take my time to squeeze back out. While doing so, I mistakenly looked over at the drum set. The bass drum mallet that's foot-operated went down like somebody had stepped on it. Seeing this move by itself was bad enough, but it also hit the drum hard enough that I could feel it in my chest. I actually thought that my heart had stopped. So scared that I forced myself through the door, tearing my clothes up and putting big scratches on my back and chest. Once I was out, I ran toward the house about 15 or 20 and then just collapsed. I never practiced in that barn again. Not because of what happened to me, but because the lead guitarist bumped into someone or something in the dark in the night before we got done practicing. There was nobody there and he knew it. Told my mom about it a few days later. Wouldn't even go to get his equipment. My brother and I had to get it for him. This drumstick event is without a doubt, the most terrifying I've ever had in my life. I'll always consider that barn to be beyond haunted and into the realm of evil. Too terrified to scream. When I was 7 or 8 years old, my brother and I, along with some other kids from the neighborhood, were playing hide and seek. It was my turn to seek, so I had to go inside the house to cover my eyes and count to 100. Nobody could see me in there while we were hiding, so I decided to cheat. Went upstairs and started looking out windows to see if everybody was hiding. When we got into my older brother's room to look out the window, I had just got done counting to 100, so I had to get back downstairs pretty fast. Looked out the window really quick and then turned around to head out. Before I had taken 2 steps, the bedroom door slammed shut, which startled me more than anything. Then I felt compelled to look at the attic door, and I was in that room. Heard something moving in there, so I backed up as far away from the door as I could get. That attic was already terrifying to me because of other experiences I've encountered involving it. But my back was now pressed against the wall farthest from the doors. Felt trapped in the room because I didn't want to go near the door that just slammed shut by itself, which happened to be the only exit from the bedroom. I then heard a loud growl come from inside the attic. It instantly felt like my heart stopped. My chest was actually hurting. It's hard to describe that kind of feeling of sheer terror. I wanted to scream, but I was so terrified that I just couldn't. just stood there motionless, waiting for whatever it was to get me. Fortunately, within a few seconds, my brother opened the door and started yelling at me for being in his room. I ran right past him and straight outside. Didn't tell anybody about what just happened. He wouldn't believe me anyway. That was the first time I heard that growl in that house, but not the last. A year or so later, I was in the upstairs bathroom. I heard a growl again, which terrified me and caused me to stop what I was doing and get downstairs. This time, however, I heard the growl a second time as I was quickly making my way back downstairs. It was coming from inside my parents' bedroom, so I stopped and looked in there. Saw my dad was in the bed asleep, and this feeling of relief instantly came over me, realizing I wasn't alone. When the growl happened again, I knew immediately that it was just my dad snoring. I felt so relieved and kind of silly for being scared in the first place. I even wondered if that's what I heard the first time coming from the attic. There was still no explanation for the door slamming shut by itself. Some years later, I went into the bathroom upstairs without really any fear. It had been a while since I'd experienced anything, so I was no longer terrified to go upstairs by myself. While I was doing my business, I heard the growl again. A little scared, but I knew it was probably just Dad in his bed snoring, so I finished my business and started walking to the stairs. It was just to confirm it was him. I looked into his bedroom on my way down. He wasn't there. I was alone upstairs. That feeling of sheer terror came over me instantly again, and I ran downstairs. Fortunately, we moved out of that house not too long after. The attic. My first paranormal experience. On Easter Sunday, morning of April on the 11th, 1971, I woke up early to an unusually quiet house. There were 3 bedrooms upstairs and a bathroom. There was my parents' bedroom, my older brother's bedroom, and my bedroom, which I shared with my younger brother and the newest member of our family. He was 5 months old, born on November 1970. His crib was right next to my bedroom door, so it would be close to my parents' bedroom door that was just outside my door. I was really excited when I woke up that morning. That was because the night before my mom was talking about the Easter egg hunt and the candy that we would get when we woke up. Us kids also helped decorate the Easter eggs that we would hunt for. I remembered the year before how much fun and rewarding Easter was for us kids, so I couldn't wait for Mom to wake up and bring downstairs for candy. I walked up to the gate that was in the doorway and tried to listen for movement in my parents' bedroom. It would be indicating that Mom was getting ready for us kids, and, well, it was still quiet. So I figured that I was up too early and decided that I should get back into bed and just wait for her. Before getting back in bed, I looked into my infant brother's crib. Saw him laying on his side facing me with one eye opened and the other eye closed. A sight that I still see in my head and in my nightmares to this day. Got back in bed, almost got to sleep when I heard my mom getting up in her room. Decided to keep my eyes closed and let my mom think that she woke me up to give us our Easter baskets and start the egg hunt. She came into my bedroom. Instead of being awoken by an excited mother getting us riled for festivities, I heard her screaming like I've never heard before. My infant brother had passed away in his sleep the night before. Since I was too young to really understand what was happening, I was thinking about the candy and the egg hunt. Mom was absolutely hysterical, understandably, which made this morning the most traumatic event of my entire life. It was really difficult to see Mom in that condition because the trauma of that morning blocked my mind from this memory for a long time. Upon remembering it later in my life, I realized it was probably the cause of what was to come in that house. Several weeks later, I woke up to see that I was the last one to wake up that morning. I was alone upstairs. Instead of yelling for Mom to come and get me, I felt compelled to go into my older brother's room. His room had a little attic door to the wall, which happened to be open. That was a bit unusual. I'd never seen that door left open before. I started walking toward the door to close it, and it just slammed shut by itself. It was loud and startled me. It wasn't scary to me since I'd seen the doors move automatically before at a grocery store. No idea at the time it was something to be scared of. Mom had heard the door slamming from downstairs, came running upstairs to see if I was okay. Told her what happened, but she didn't believe me. She said doors don't open and close by themselves. I knew better, though. She couldn't convince me that I didn't see what I just saw. This event was the first of many strange occurrences that would happen to me in that house before we moved out. Now I truly believe it was my brother talking to me the only way that he could. Ouija board in haunted childhood home. At the end of May 1987, while my parents were on vacation, I was taking care of the haunted house I'd lived in from 79 to 85. By this time, the poltergeist activity decreased to almost nothing, but I was still scared to be in that house alone, especially at night. I called a friend of mine and asked him if he would mind staying there with me, which, while my parents were gone. Apparently his parents were going to be gone too, so it worked out. I had told him quite a few stories about the activity in the house and that barn, so I used the possibility of the paranormal encounter to sort of lure him into staying. He, fortunately for him, had never experienced anything he would consider paranormal before, but was still interested and not skeptical, so we agreed to stay that night. While I was waiting for him to arrive, my brother called to see if I was going to be staying there that night so he could hang out with his friends. I confirmed that I was. I was also telling him that I was having my friend over to possibly have his first paranormal experience. My brother thought that was a good idea, so he decided to mention that to his friends to see if they wanted to join in for the experience of their own. One of his friends had a Ouija board. Thought that was a great place to try it out. They agreed. My brother arrived with his two friends first. He walked around outside telling his friends about experiences that we had there in the barn. One of his friends was a skeptic, so he wasn't believing anything me or my brother were talking about. The other was like my friend. He hadn't experienced anything in his life, but still had an open mind. While we were talking, my friend finally arrived, so I went to his car to greet him. He had his girlfriend with him, so I asked him if he was still planning on staying the night. He said yeah, as long as his girlfriend could stay as well. I didn't mind, as long as she was aware of my reason for having him stay. I told her that strange things may happen that might be scary to somebody who never had these experiences before. She was also a skeptic, so she agreed to stay without really saying anything. While my brother and his friends were still outside, I took my friend and his girlfriend upstairs to show them where they could sleep. After showing them, I started telling stories about the house to prepare them for what could possibly happen during the night. The only thing I was expecting would happen was maybe the attic door would shake and make noise like it had done almost every night while I was living here. Or we went to the attic, so we could show them, well, what was in there when we're still talking about past experiences in the barn and the house. There was a stack of old encyclopedias on the floor that was in sort of a state of disarray with, So I just picked one up from the floor, placed it on the top of the stack, and then straightened up the stack while finishing my stories of past experiences. Afterwards, I went back downstairs to see what my brother was doing. My friend stayed upstairs with his girlfriend so they could be alone. When I got downstairs, I saw that they had already set up the Ouija board on the table, even had a few candles on the table around it. The table was in the dining room at the bottom of the stairs. Closed the stairway door, sat down in the empty chair in front of me, facing away from the door. My brother and his two friends were already sitting in the other chairs. We lit the candles, put our fingers on the planchette, and began asking questions. The planchette was moving with all of her hands on it, answering our questions. I wasn't moving it, but I did think somebody in our group was. I didn't believe Ouija boards were anything more than a novelty. While playing with the board, we heard somebody walking on the stairs. It caused all four of us to look at the stairway door. I didn't think anything of it since my friend and his girlfriend were still upstairs. I just figured they were coming down. And after a little time, we hadn't opened the door. So I opened the door, so I wasn't there. I then went up and asked him if he had gone down the stairs. He told me that him and his girlfriend hadn't moved from the couch that they were sitting on. He told me that he thought one of us were coming upstairs because they heard it also. 6 people heard something walking on the stairs when there was no one on the stairs. My brother's skeptical friend was getting really spooked after that. We had to sort of convince him not to leave, and his other friend was intrigued like it was the coolest thing we'd experienced up to that point. My brother and I were used to that sort of thing, so it didn't faze us at all. After convincing his friend to stay, we went back to playing with the Ouija board. I was answering questions again, and I still thought somebody was moving that planchette. Then the intrigued friend asked whatever was answering to just put out one of the candles. Within 5 seconds, one of the candles just burned out. There was no moving air in the room, plus all the other candles were still burning without any motion indicating moving air. The spooked, skeptical friend screamed, started running for the door, still screaming. The other friend followed him, and my brother after that. I shouldn't have been, but I was laughing at the guy's reaction, even though it was spooky. I never expected a big guy like him to scream like that. I went outside to find my brother's friends getting in the car to leave. I said, we can't stop without saying goodbye on the Ouija board just in case the superstition is true. My brother's friends were not willing to go back in the house, though, so my brother and I went in and said goodbye. They left right after that, without the Ouija board. I went back inside, blew out the remaining candles. Then I went upstairs to tell my friends and his girlfriend what just happened, since I knew they had just, heard the screaming. We sat upstairs talking until nighttime. Nothing happened until after midnight. That's when the attic door began moving. And like I mentioned before, this was a pretty usual occurrence in that house, so I was used to it. My friend's girlfriend was getting really scared by this, though. She didn't believe in things like this could happen, and here it was, happening. It took a bit of convincing to get her to stay, but she did at that point. The attic door was shaking and making noise the whole time. After a bit of time, there was a loud noise that came from inside the attic that sounded like something being dragged across the floor. Then the sound of knocking from within. Once again, we had to talk to his girlfriend into not leaving even when the door rattling and knocking was still going on. After a few minutes, there was a loud thud. It sounded like somebody had dropped a book flat into a wooden floor. That was it for his girlfriend. There was no talking her way into staying now. She ran downstairs with us right behind her. Told my friend she would be back to pick him up in the morning. She left. Went back inside, slept downstairs. When we got up, I just had to look in the attic to see where that loud noise came from. When I looked in, the first thing I noticed was a stack of encyclopedias was no longer straightened up, and the one I picked up was right back on the floor. I can't say for sure if any of this was brought on by the Ouija board, but that was more occurrences in one day witnessed by more people than there had ever been in that house before. Shadow figures in haunted home. When my family first moved into our new house in the country, I was happy about finally getting out of our previous house that was haunted. Fortunately, it wasn't even a week of being there before the activities started in our new house. I still remember the first event that started the whole thing. I was in the house alone while everybody else was outside. I had to run out and ask my mom something, so I went through the kitchen and on my way to the back door. Of course, I wasn't running when I went past it on my way out, but as soon as I came in, I found it running full blast. Not just the cold water was turned on, but the hot as well. This was an event that happened several times to everyone in the house. Also, the dishwasher would start itself in the middle of the night, which us kids were blamed for at first, until it started right in front of my stepdad and I. We called a repairman to check it out since it happened so frequently at first. There was nothing wrong with the switch, and the repairman showed us that it was impossible for the thing to start itself. But we as a family talked about these little events in general conversations from time to time. But there was another event that we were pretty much all experiencing that we didn't talk about, because it was kind of questionable. We'd been seeing what looked like someone walking past the window of the house in the corner of our eye almost daily. Felt kind of stupid saying anything since, I never saw it while I was looking at the window. When I ran out to see who it was, there's no one there. Since no one else had mentioned seeing this, I had the idea that maybe I was the only one who saw it. That was until after we had been there about 8 months. We were all sitting in the living room watching TV when I saw someone go one by the window. I looked over that window and there was nothing there. But just as I got my eye on that window, the figure went past the other window in the room. I immediately noticed my mom and stepdad looking over at that window at the same time. I knew right then that they had seen it too, so I asked if they saw someone going past the window. They both said yes, so my brother and I went running outside to see if we could see who it was. There's no one out there. When I came back, I opened it up and told everybody that I'd been seeing that the whole time. At that point, everybody came out and said that they saw it too, which gave me a feeling of relief. At least I wasn't crazy. We all had been seeing it regularly, but were too afraid to say anything for some reason. Same reason I didn't, probably. Shadow people were seeing the corner of our eyes continued for several years. Even after we moved in, and then it just stopped out of the blue for a while. My mom told me later, after I was out of the house for a while, that she was occasionally seeing it again when I was bringing it up, but it was just another one of those weird things that happened in the house that we all sort of had to get used to. The boy. When I was 5, I'm from Australia, so 11 or 12-year-old, me and my friends would occasionally hang out, and she was a few houses away. We were talking about how she just recently got a Ouija board for her birthday. I laughed it off until she showed it to me, asked if I wanted to play with it. I didn't really know much about it, as my mother was against that type of stuff, so I agreed that we just sat down in my driveway and started playing it, just laughing as we didn't really believe it. That was until it moved to spell out move. I panicked a little again, but again, I didn't believe in that stuff, so I kind of thought she was moving it to scare me. After a while, got called to go home. I just went inside. That night around 7:30, I'd gotten ready for bed. It was my mom and I used to watch a movie before that night. We didn't really, as it was a school night. She was busy cleaning, so I just went to sleep. The middle of the night, I was woke by, nothing unusual. I normally do, but I had a weird feeling. I glanced and saw my door was open, and I would always close it as we had a bird called Georgie. He lived in the kitchen. Our kitchen had a cage and a separate lounge area, so it was pretty hygienic. It was only a little 2-bedroom house. He would normally fly in, do his business. He could get out if he really wanted to. Mom didn't mind opening it at night so he could do whatever he wanted. In my room, if the door wasn't closed, I stepped out, went to the toilet, shut my door as I got into my bed, closed my eyes, but as soon as I did, I heard a clear little boy's laugh. Opened my eyes, kind of scared to hear something had broke in, and maybe my mom had forgot to lock the door. Sat up and rubbed my eyes, and then a shot of light raced past the door. The door was open, nothing was in the hallway after that. But I remember clearly shutting my door and got up, went to the door, but I heard the laugh again. It was closer. It's like it wasn't coming from the lounge room, it was coming from the kitchen where the bird was. All I could think of was my bird's going to be hurt. So I walked straight to the lounge room. Mom always had left a knife on the shelf in the area. It was always sketchy. So I grabbed it and headed to the kitchen. Stood a boy. It wasn't anyone I'd seen. He had brown curly hairs. He turned around. He had my bird in his hand. I told him to get away from the bird, and he smiled and disappeared into thin air. In the morning, Mom had gotten up before me to get lunch ready. It was her way of being busy. She screamed. I woke up from it and raced to her. She was in the doorway of the kitchen staring at where I had seen the boy. When I asked her what's wrong, she pointed out that there was my bird on the floor with blood everywhere. It was a bite-sized bite that was missing from him. I haven't told my mom, nor will I, as I don't talk to her. Laughing and giggling would appear every night for about 5 or 6 months. But I'd never see that boy again. Kept a knife under my pillow for about maybe 6 months until he didn't come back. To this day, I still get paranoid about locking my door at night and still won't play any paranormal games. I'm so sorry about your bird. It's horrible. Creepy true story. When I was about 8 years old, my mom and dad just got back together. Moved into a farmhouse. It was old and it was pretty huge. We had a pet pig and chickens. The pig would stay inside and sleep in a dog's bed in the lounge room. I don't remember much, but my mom and dad still tell me to this day about it. My dad had gotten a day off. He had had a bad back and needed to rest it off. So everybody else was at school or work, and my sister was at her mom's, and my uncles was staying with us for a while. He had gone to work, and my dad woke up to footsteps that sounded like somebody not picking up their boots. Dad called out to my uncle as he worked as a carpenter. He had big boots, but no response. Dad got up and checked every room, yelling my uncle's name. Again, no response. No one was there. A few days had passed, and my dad and mom were cooking dinner, and my sister was in the toy room. My uncle was with my mom and dad. I ran out of my room, and my room had a pretty big window that looked over the front veranda, wrapped around the whole house. I went to Mom and said, "There's an old man on the porch looking in my window." Mom looked at Dad and ran to the front grabbing a knife. We live in Australia and didn't even have any guns. My dad grabbed me and my sister, locked us in the bathroom, and walked to the front door to see where Mom was, and there's no one where they were looking everywhere. Even called the police. But nothing hearing the stories, and still creeps me out to this day. A little bit weird. Apparition that's been with my family since I was born. So I, an 18-year-old female, my sister, a 15-year-old female, and my mom, a 49-year-old female, have all noticed this apparition of a woman with jet black hair, dirty white dress, and I'm not sure if she's faceless or if I've just never seen her face. She's pretty tall. I'd say 5'9" or maybe 6. For as long as me and my sister can remember, this woman has always been in all of her family homes that we've moved in and out of. Seems like she's limited to certain rooms. Like, for example, back in 2019, I was asleep in my bedroom. My sister was in the living room facing my room and her room in the bathroom. She saw her come out of her room, go to the doorway, and stop. She was just looking at my closed door like she wasn't able to get in. She then went past my sister through our living room toward our dining room kitchen. However, upon reaching the hardwood floor and entrance to that area of the house, she stopped again. Just like she couldn't go in. This woman could stand in the doorway of rooms while me and my sister played, never causing harm, just watching when her mom wouldn't be there. She didn't make me uncomfortable until I got older and realized it wasn't normal for her to be there. Yeah. Three strange things that happened in our apartment in or around 2014. I recently came across the subreddit. Thought I might share my wife's and my stories, some strange things that happened several years ago. My only real first-hand encounter with possibly paranormal happenings. It's a long read and a crazy story if you care to hear it, but I promise you it's entirely true. Before my wife and I got married in 2016, we lived together for a few years. In an apartment in a small Pennsylvania town where I grew up and went to high school. The apartment was a house that had been divided by levels, with the lower having access to a dirt floor basement for storage needs, the upper floor having access to the attic. We lived on the second floor up until about 2015. That's when the lower and larger half became available, and at that point we moved downstairs. Wasn't a father then, but I still appreciated the dad joke of telling people we were really moving up in the world. Indeed. The strange things that happened while we lived there all occurred on the second floor. Nothing ever really happened while we were occupying the first floor. I've been very much into photography since I was in high school, especially portrait photography. And in the first 2 years or so of our relationship, I managed to photograph, edit, and frame 2 separate portraits of either of us. Similar angles, sort of a half-profile shot, if you will, with our faces turned 45 degrees relative to the camera. Neither of us looking directly at the camera, and of course smiling. I got 14 by 20 frames and mounted 8 by 10 prints in some black mats. The images themselves were black and white. The frames were heavy, so I used heavier than necessary little J-hook type hangers. First hung them on an interior wall of our upstairs apartment, so that in the images we were facing each other, albeit with my portrait a few inches higher than my wife's. We liked the aesthetic. On the least 3 occasions, my wife's portrait fell off the wall, while mine remained firmly put. It always happened while we were in the apartment. Nothing ever really significant was happening to my knowledge. Certainly nothing that would have caused any vibrations. The building was about 30 feet off the road. Didn't get much traffic, especially not any trucks or anything big. First time it happened, I figured I still hadn't, used a large enough hook. But it was intact and not bent to any degree, and the third time her portrait fell, we swapped them side to side. Neither fell off the wall from that point on. So, sometime after that, it started a new job. That was an aircraft engine manufacturing plant. There was a union, great benefits, and much better pay. I was to be a probationary employee for 60 days, after which point it would be almost impossible to be fired or let go. But in that 60-day window, I was warned by other employees that if I put so much as a toe out of line, I'd be told to go home, not to come back the next day. As you might not expect, I was very nearly let go on my second day of work for being almost late. On the evening of the very first day at that new job, a dear friend of ours invited us to a backyard cookout he was hosting. My wife and I both attended. We might have had 2 beers or lemonades or twisted teas or whatever. Plenty of food, and after a few hours thanked her friend and went home. I believe it's important to note that we were typically fairly heavy drinkers. Had something of a tolerance built up, to where 2 beers would have done little if anything to her functioning. Several hours later at around 4 a.m., I woke to the sound of shattering glass somewhere in our apartment. The very first thing I noticed was that my then-girlfriend wasn't beside me in the bed. I heard vague yelling and shouting, climbed out of the bed, opened our bedroom door, looked out into our dining room. Past that, our kitchen, the main access for our apartment, with a set of stairs that led down to the yard. Flashlights were aimed in my face. I heard someone ask my name, and it was a police officer, who I, quickly as I could possibly say, "Yes, that's me," had my hands at the small of my back and in handcuffs. He wasted no time in marching me over the doors, like my bare feet, right over the sill. That's where he shattered the window so he could get in, continued walking me down the stairs into the yard. Nothing but my boxer shorts and an undershirt. There were 2 other cops waiting there. I don't remember the conversation verbatim, but they basically thought I had beat my then-girlfriend. The officer who walked me down grabbed each of my hands and inspected my knuckles, probably thinking he'd find blood or bruises. They asked if I'd been drinking and administered a breathalyzer, which was too low to register anything. I came to learn the officer who retrieved me had been forcefully knocking on my door for more than 10 minutes, but hadn't been able to hear him, so he broke the glass to get in. One of the officers would tell me really much of anything helpful. Just that my girlfriend had always been taken via ambulance, not always, but she had indeed been taken via ambulance to the emergency room. She was then still working as a waitress at a restaurant. She had brought a wad of bills home and placed them on our dresser a few nights before. My first thought was that we had been the victims of a burglary or robbery. I asked if one of the officers would go up with me and see if the money was still there. One of them nodded. They went back up only to find the money undisturbed. Plain sight, no less. Shortly after that, the officers left, and I quickly got dressed and got to my car to drive to the hospital. When I found my then-girlfriend in one of the bays of the ER, I was horrified to see her face mostly still covered in blood. Over the next few minutes, she filled me in what was happening. She apparently had sleptwalked, getting out of the bed, moving around to my side where there was a window overlooking the bare metal roof and the awning of the front porch below. She apparently managed to take out the metal window screens. Keep in mind, we had previously put an air conditioner in that window and had a hell of a time getting the screen to move up, let alone completely out of the window. And without waking me, climbed out onto the roof. It wasn't raining that night, but my guess is that as soon as she got onto that roof, her hands had nothing to grab onto and she fell face forward to the ground. about 20 or so feet below. She ended up tearing her septum clean through. Had to get stitches immediately. There were scrapes and cuts on her hands and forearms, and she had a headache from what I remember, but not too much else. All of the ER staff believed she had been sleeping. The fact that she had been asleep may have prevented her from incurring more serious injuries, like a broken neck or a spinal injury. A few days after getting the stitches, her mother took her to a plastic surgeon to straighten her nose back out. It was a little crooked and the stitches hadn't even been done properly. My wife had a severe allergy to medical tape and adhesive. Despite telling the plastic surgeon and his assistants this, they fitted her face with a cast with a heavy amount of tape. Hours after leaving the facility, her face swelled up to the point of where she could barely breathe. She looked absolutely terrible, very much unrecognizable. Back to the ER we went. Over the next few weeks, she filled in the details of the story. Parts I didn't know. When she woke up on the ground, she was scared and disoriented, and unfortunately, we hadn't hidden a key outside her door, so she banged on the door for half an hour and I couldn't hear her. She got into her recycling bin and threw plastic bottles and cans up at her bedroom window, hoping she'd wake me. A neighbor had seen or heard her and called 911 and came over with a blanket. She was only in her underwear. The police came shortly after the ambulance got there and they questioned my wife but didn't believe her. Waited until the ambulance left before they attempted to wake or contact me. It was probably a few months after the incident, but my wife eventually told me, and only me, of something that had been bothering her for the whole ordeal. She told me she had a dream that night where she was sitting on the roof or awning, and someone or something was telling her it was okay to jump, and that it wouldn't hurt. She remembers not wanting to jump in the dream, and of course the next thing she remembers is waking up on the ground. The odd thing that happened is something I unfortunately can't place definitively in the timeline of the other events. I believe it was after her sleepwalking incident, but it could have been before. I woke up one night early in the morning in bed, and as soon as I was conscious, I saw what I thought was my then-girlfriend walking through the doorway of our bedroom, into the dining room. Thought it was my girlfriend, as this person had long dark hair and the height seemed identical, although they were wearing a white nightgown, which I don't believe she had, but at any rate, I was awake enough to believe that I'd seen her walking out the door. I asked, "Where are you going?" Being rather startled and confused, my girlfriend was still in bed with me. She's on the other side of the pillow or two with some bunched up blankets, and she said sleepily, "I'm right here." I was really weirded out by that. Told a few friends afterward that I normally could have chalked it up to being still asleep or a hallucination of some sort, but I was too awake and conscious to believe that. I'd definitely seen a figure that resembled my girlfriend, and it was walking out of her room. I remember at the time, and especially after a sleepwalking incident, that we tried to research any history of the house. Couldn't find anything. The landlords were very sweet people. We never wanted to tell them any details of these things. They, of course, found out about the sleepwalking incident as they'd replaced the door, but they were more pissed about the cop walking over to the broken glass of my bare feet than the fact that they had to buy a new door. I do remember at one point my wife's mother suggesting we burn sage in the apartment, but I can't remember if we ever did or didn't. I don't think we've since tried to explain what happened, other than a weird string of coincidences. We don't talk about it really at all anymore. My wife's nose is a little worse for wear. She has worse congestion, and one of her nostrils is smaller than it used to be. And unfortunately, her surgery and recovery caused her to be late for her next semester of college. She dropped out, worked minimum wage jobs for a while, and more recently, she went back to school and graduated with an RN this past May. She just started working at a local hospital about a month ago. That was on labor and delivery ward. Of course, we got married back in 2016, and now we have 3 awesome children that amaze us. The only thing I still think about from time to time is how things would have gone if she had broken her neck, which I think is much more than possible at the height that she fell from. Would I have been put in jail, and for how long? Would her family have believed me? Not the type of man that would hit, beat, or abuse their wife, but could people come to any other conclusion? I'll never forget running through the plant in the morning after my wife's sleepwalking incident. Actually, I was more so bolting through it. It must have been a sight to see a grown man running in steel toes at 7 a.m. Everyone started out as janitors at the plant, and another janitor, a sweet middle-aged lady, had been showing me around the first day. My eyes were so wide when I slid into the janitor's room that morning that may as well have been golf balls. Bell rang and I started walking to the maintenance area a short distance away. That's where all the janitors and maintenance personnel stood for the morning announcements. She whispered to me all along the way, "Why are you cutting it so close? You gotta get here on time." Started to tell her why I was late, but I stopped because why would anybody believe me in that situation? Girlfriend has attached a shadow entity to me. Please help. Whether my eyes are open or closed, I see blue eye that fades away and never fully reveals itself. What is this eye? How do I get rid of it? It's always the same eye, partially hidden but always present. This eye also tries to deceive me by showing me what I want to see during meditation. But you see, it's been 72 hours. The same thing is still here. Background. No one will really believe this until you're living it, but I met this girl 6 months ago. She has bipolar disorder and sometimes uses names to describe her higher self. Bit of new age stuff, but she constantly yelled about shadow people following her and would randomly claim that she would come back from the dead. Obviously didn't take it seriously. I lucid dream every single night. I've had sleep paralysis for 14 years, but I've never seen a demon. Turns out I didn't need to be in sleep paralysis to experience something bizarre. I was microdosing DMT, and no, not me, her. I watched her take it. Her black hair literally turned red, including her eyebrows and eyelids. Didn't believe it was real, just hallucination. The process was repeatable 12 consecutive times with the same result. Kept it to myself. When I asked my two friends to describe what they saw, they described the identical thing. Finally, I asked her if she knew. That's when her face, I swear to God, transformed from a beautiful woman to like a gremlin ogre. It smiled and said, "What? You don't want to fuck anymore?" I said, "I don't. This is disgusting." The ogre then collapsed. The red changed back to black and she woke up normal, asking what happened. I don't know, but I think we need to protect ourselves from demons. We went to bed and now the eye described has been attached ever since. And of course she said she did something, and of course she did something to watch over me when I was asleep. When I told her I don't want it, she said it wasn't her anymore and is evil. Can't help me, but she described it exactly. No, I don't trust her. And I don't trust her for you. Story time. So one night, me and my sister and her friends went to this carnival. It was in another town about an hour from home. We had a good time. We decided to go get food in another town that was a little bit further. So we're pretty far out in the country. We was driving on a fairly busy road around 12 a.m. That's when I saw this woman walking along the road with a reflective vest on. She had some weird shit on her head and she looked like a squid, but it looked like a bunch of clothes just on her head and we all noticed it and just like what the fuck, but we did brush it off. Now, we're on the way home. My sister's taking a long way for some reason. We're starting to get out of town, onto the back roads. If you know anything about the back roads in Tennessee, Appalachia, then you know. Well, anyways, it's been about 20 minutes since we'd seen that girl. And we see this guy wearing the same shit walking on the same side of the road. Wasn't a straight shot either. Been like we're driving. He's wearing the same shit reflective vest and we started getting creeped out. The only thing we kept saying was just like, what the fuck? 20 minutes later, we keep seeing these people. Started really freaking us the fuck out when we realized these people were walking on small, back roads, no flashlights in the middle of the woods, middle of nowhere. Some were women. What kind of girl would do that? Anyways, we started, actually talking about it. That's because it's weird. My sister took a turn and we'd seen a bunch of them walking in a line. They had reflective vests on and backpacks and this weird shit on their head. I don't know what it was. Couldn't make it out, but one of my sister's friends yelled out, "The fuck are you?" Eloquent. We zoomed, bro. But we saw where they were walking. I looked over and they had all these wooden chairs lined up under a canopy. It was just sitting, no lights. It's 1 a.m. and the only reason I was able to see them was from our headlight. And we got the fuck out and was driving for a bit and we saw this police car with a reflective vest hanging up in his car. It's probably normal, but them people weren't for sure. It was so creepy having to drive past them, especially on a small road in the middle of the woods. But let me know what y'all think about this. What did I see? So I, a 27-year-old female, I've lived in my current home for a little over a year and a half. It's just what my wife and I were looking for. A nice home on 5 acres to start a little hobby farm. A little garden, chicken, goats, a horse or two. So our first night in the home, my brother-in-law, 17-year-old male, wife, 25-year-old female, stayed up late putting together the couch and the bed, so we could all sleep that night. We've only been at this house maybe 4 or 5 times, so we didn't really know the house or the land very well. It was almost 2 a.m. at this point. Decided to let the dogs out before bed. We're so excited about this home for our dogs. For the first time, the entire 5 acres is fenced in. Going from maybe half of an acre at the rental we lived in prior. So our dogs, Roman, a Great Dane, Ray, a Corgi, and Stella, a black lab. And when I say black lab, I mean black as night. We had to get a reflective harness or have her wear a blinking collar if she went outside in the dark. She would just disappear. So we're outside looking out. We're just talking. Decided to call the dogs back in because we couldn't see them anymore. So we tried calling them. Didn't hear them or see them. So my wife did the common dog whistle. Basically, as soon as she did it, someone or something whistled back. We all said at the same time, "What was that?" I know now never to whistle at night. So let me explain this. We lived on a dead-end street. The house hasn't really lived there the whole year. The house hasn't lived there the whole year and a half that we lived in our home. Just recently started doing an estate sale. Our neighbor to the left of the house is empty. The house to our right isn't even on our street. We just shared a fence line. He's a sweet old man. We have someone that lives behind us. Other than that, we don't have anyone around. The dogs came running back, and that was it for a little bit. My wife worked at the same company, same days off, just different shifts. I'm on nights, she's on graves. Our shifts are also 12 hours long. So little things would happen, like sounds around the home, motion lights would go off, things like this. I adjust the sensitivity on them, so we'd have to kind of struggle to pick up a Great Dane. We'd hear bird noises in the middle of the night, or it'd be completely silent. So as I was laying in bed about to fall asleep, my dogs wouldn't stop barking. I mean going insane. I just decided to let them out, hoping to let them chase off whatever they had heard. They'd bark at like a mouse walking across the street, I swear. So after a few minutes, I decided to walk out on the porch. I wanted to call them so I could go back to sleep. Since I was basically asleep, I forgot to put Stella's blinking collar on her. So after a little bit, I tried to find a flashlight. This gets their attention. They usually come in better. but unfortunately I couldn't find it, so I had to use my iPhone. Well, it's pretty much useless if you want to see more than 5 feet in front of you. So I tried to shine around to see if I could see any of them. So I started on my left and worked my way to the right. I saw reflective eyes. For how tall it seemed to be, I thought it was my Great Dane. So I said, "Roman, let's go, get your butt in the house." Still just staring at me. Then it blinked, still standing there. I said in a stern voice, "Roman, come inside." I heard something jump on our wood patio from behind me. It was all 3 of my dogs. I looked back to where I saw the eye. The eyes went up maybe 2.5 feet upwards, dispersed, and following was something big running and fast. So location-wise, I'm on the West Coast, a Native American. They were present when I bought the home. Bears we don't have, but very, very, very uncommon. We do have mountain lions, but more common than bears, but still uncommon. I won't even type the name out of fear of giving it power. Any advice on what I saw and what to do? My advice is to come back tomorrow. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where every story is a journey into the unknown. Subscribe and enable notifications to stay on top of our latest paranormal adventures. Let's dive into the eerie together. Are black-eyed children real? So I've known about the black-eyed children creepypasta urban legend, but I may have had an actual encounter with one years ago. This happened in Portland, Oregon. It's around David Douglas High School. I looked up black-eyed children. There have actually been a few encounters and reports of them in Portland back in the 90s, I believe. This encounter happened to me during my high school years, so around 2009 or 2011. Can't remember the exact year, but I want to say I was about 14 at the time, and it was pretty late. It was around maybe 12 or 1 a.m., maybe even a bit later. I believe it was a weekend. My brother and I were up watching South Park. We heard a knocking on our garage window. We had like one of the huge windows that covered the front of the house. The curtains were up, but I peeked down to the side and I saw a woman. She looked very pale with black hair. Her eyes were very dark. Now, she very well could have been a tweaker, but the next part creeps me out the most. After knocking on the window, she knocks on the door, asks us to let her in. Me being the person I am, I'm like, hell no. My brother, who was 10 at the time, walks over to the door and says that she's going to let her in. I have to forcibly hold him down until the person leaves. My mom and her boyfriend wake up from hearing me holding down my brother. They ask if, somebody knocked on the door. I tell them what had just happened. One thing I heard is with the black-eyed children encounters, sometimes they will force people to do things with no recollection of them doing it. That's why I bring this up, is that I asked my brother if he remembers the lady, the knocking or trying to let her in, and he always tells me he doesn't. To this day, the experience creeps me out since I've ever first heard of the black-eyed children phenomena. It's because everybody who's had a claim about them has said exactly what I experienced. My niece used to have an evil spirit attached to her. The title speaks for itself. This story takes place back in 2009. It's a few months after my niece was born. To begin with the story, my mom used to own a Ouija board. Keep it around the house, not really sure, but didn't really think much about it growing up. Anyways, one night my brother, sister, boyfriend, and I decided to play with it. Probably for half an hour that we were asking questions to ghosts, and most of the time I'd mess with my sister and my brother by giving fake answers by guiding our fingers. But after a while I got bored, decided to let them play with it by themselves. This is where it starts to get creepy. My sister and my brother started asking if there was a spirit in the room and guided them to yes. My sister was skeptical because I'd been messing with them for a bit, but my brother told her that he wasn't moving it. A few questions later, my sister asks the spirit what does it want. The spirit starts spelling out a name, and it spells Hayden. That's my niece's name. She then starts crying in the other room. We all check on her, and she's sitting in her crib in the dark crying intensely. After that, they decide to tell the spirit goodbye, close the board, and put it back where we found it. A few years go by, and we moved to an apartment around 2012. My mom still has the Ouija board at this point and has it underneath her bed, but the board is laid out open almost all the time. One day during the summer, my mom's outside in the parking lot, sees Hayden in the window looking down at her, decides to take a picture of her. Behind my niece is a ghostly figure. Nobody, as far as we're aware of, is in the room with her. If I can find the picture, I'll post it in the comments whenever my sister can find it. I asked her earlier today if she still had it. She said she probably does. I don't believe she has a spirit attached to her anymore, since I think the Ouija board got thrown out a few years back. But for those who have read my other post about the black-eyed children, these encounters took place in the same house. Demon Encounter. About 8 or so years ago, when I was around 14, I was laying in my bunk bed on the top bunk. I was on my phone and facing my TV. I saw movement in my peripherals and looked. I looked at a demon. It was a woman. Hard to describe her features because I only looked at her for about a second while frozen before hiding underneath my pillow, screaming for my brother to wake up. Now, what's really weird is this demon was moving her head in a wave-like pattern really fast. It makes me super scared to think about for some reason. When I make the movements with my head, it just sends shivers down my spine. She was moving her head like that so fast, like a figure eight with her head, just moving her head looking at me. What could that movement be? I got some more stories too. This one was my first encounter though, and even sometimes hope I was just seeing things. But let me make this clear. It was very, very real. Made me think I was going to have schizophrenia or something. On that note, last summer, I was working in my office. I fell into this trance-like state, which I do when I see odd things happen. There's been 2 other times I fell into this trance. I saw some weird other dimensional shit. Anyways, I see a flash of light at my feet and I look down and I see a rodent. It was no species on this planet. It looked like a chipmunk, but too small. Not a chipmunk. It was jumping, but not normally. Those high energy arcs of jumping which defied gravity with how fast and powerful the leaps were. I saw the rodent for probably less than a second before it jumped through a wall and disappeared. Went under my desk and jumped and literally disappeared jumping through a wall. Just curious, your thoughts? You can believe me or not, but this is my story. I used to be an atheist as a child, and my parents were both addicts. I was about 10 years old, my little brother was 9 years old, and my mom had like a bathroom in a room that had a large sink counter and a toilet on one side of the room, and the other side had like a full-size shower and tub, and a closet. I was sitting on my mother's bed with her, and on her flip phone was just ringing in the bathroom counter. So I got up to grab it, and she followed behind me, because she didn't want me answering her phone. Right when I put my hand out to grab her phone, I could read on the screen on the front that my dad or daddy on her phone was calling. And as my hand just went out to grab it, I swear it started levitating about 6 whole inches off the counter. Me and my mother are both witnessing this and frozen in shock. Slowly, while the phone's still levitating, it glides all the way across the counter, drops in the toilet. Me and her start freaking out, so my little brother heard the commotion and came in here to check it out. He saw the phone in the toilet, walked past us, went to grab it out. Right when he grabbed it out, the closet door starts pounding. It's like somebody's inside beating on it with two fists. My mother, just being a deckhand, always seems to have a pocket knife on her, so she pulled it out of her waistband, opened the blade so she went to open the closet door. All the clothes were swinging in unison. That went on for about 5 seconds, then it stopped. We were all a bit shook up from what we just witnessed. My brother, my mom, and I all just waited on the couch for my dad to get home. When he got home, I don't know if he didn't believe us or if he was just being a dick from being on Xanax. He went in the bathroom and started yelling, "Demon, be gone, or I will throw holy water on you." He was freaking out because he wasn't taking it seriously. But since he yelled, nothing ever happened again in the next 6 years we lived there. That house is bulldozed a lot in Alabama now. Just curious what your thoughts are on this experience. Weird encounter as a kid in the school's old building. I went to a very small countryside school in northern France. My parents had just gotten a divorce. My mom was one of only 3 teachers in that school. Since she worked there, I had to come to school even during summer vacation, at least part of it. I don't remember much about the schedule, but I know we played games outside as well as board games. That was in the old building that was used, and at some point for living teachers. I don't know if that's how you say it in English, but basically the director at some point had quarters in the school. This old building couldn't usually be entered, had barely any lights, and was only used during summer to protect the kids from the heat. That's while they played cards or board games. We could only use the main room. It's the old living room, I think. That's on the ground floor to play. I think there was also an old kitchen and an old washroom. I don't have any memory of those. What interests us here is the floor above. If I'm not mistaken, there was also an attic, but I don't remember it well enough. Let's forget about it and only focus on the first floor. So, not the ground floor. This is the one that could be accessed from the old living room using very, very old stairs. It had a few rooms, an old bedroom, a weird room that was apparently a pigeon loft, very tall with opened holes for birds to fly through, lots of places for birds to rest, and another room filled to the brim with shelves. FYI, I only went to that floor twice, never entered the bedroom, only saw the pigeon loft a bit, and only entered the storage room twice. Why? Well, here's where the content actually is. After playing board games for a while with a small number of the children in the room, less than 10, like all children I knew rather well, the only adult in the room had to leave and go outside. I don't remember why, but before leaving, he asked some of us to clean everything and put back the games in the storage room. Only a couple of children had ever gone there. One of them, Alan, I knew pretty well. He'd lost his parents. He'd been adopted not too long ago. I was in his grade until I kind of skipped a grade. We weren't best friends, but sometimes we fought a bit, but we were still pretty close. So we cleaned everything. The 4 of us followed Alan to the storage room. We were careful, since the floor and stairs are all wooden and all creaked pretty bad. We entered the storage room, and as described before, it was filled to the brim with shelves. There was dust everywhere, and it was badly lit. Like a bird's view, you'd see the room with a few rows of shelves, which you could really only access by going right around each row. The left side was up against the wall of the room. Alan didn't know where all the games had been taken, so we just split and tried to find other games or big empty space on the shelves. Wasn't holding anything, just trying to look for where to put the games. I only remember one thing on those shelves, a big green Halloween mask. You know, Goosebumps haunted mask? Kind of like that one. It seemed to ooze from the mouth. It was put on one of the top shelves in the back of the room. I've always been kind of a scaredy cat, so it frightened me. Called another kid who was close, but he got scared as well. The mask seemed to gaze at us and follow us. We heard Alan say that he found the spot to put the games, and we heard the other kid to show them the mask. As soon as they got close to us, the mask rotated to the side and started moving, like behind the shelves to the right side of the room. It wasn't on the shelves, it now seemed to be behind them. Obviously, we all screamed. We ran downstairs, told the remaining kids what we saw, keeping an eye on the stairs. The kid that had gone outside came back and laughed at us, still went upstairs to look at it. He soon came back, told us there was nothing, no monster, no mask. I told my mom later, and I reluctantly went up the stairs, and I didn't enter the storage room, but she did tell me that there was nothing. We discussed this with the other kids for a bit, then we stopped. The last weird thing about this story is that when I talked to the other kids about this a few months later, they'd forgotten about this. My mom didn't, though, so it did actually happen. But out of the 5 kids that went to the storage room, it seems I'm the only one who still remembers it. I hate that feeling. Hospital Ghost. Encounter 1, January. While staying at the hospital for a month with my sick child, I experienced several strange events. A sound machine fell off a side table, and a light flickered erratically, but I was the only one who witnessed these occurrences. However, during a time when doctors and nurses were updating us on my daughter's condition, magnets flew across the room seemingly on their own. Staff saw this happen but seemed puzzled, chose to ignore it. Encounter 2, last month. While sleeping at home, I felt a hand run down my arm and then a poke on my back. My husband was asleep behind me. I initially thought it was just my nerves from sleeping awkwardly, but after falling asleep again, I was abruptly woken by a loud "Mom!" Yet there was no one around when I looked. Encounter 3, yesterday. During a recent hospital visit for a routine checkup, my daughter was asleep during her chemo session. While I was talking to a nurse and looking at photos on the wall, I felt a distinct tug on my sweater. I turned around expecting to see someone. No one was there, and the tugging happened 2 more times. The nurse mentioned stories of a playful ghost that haunts the hospital, known for pranks and keeping doors from opening. Curious if anybody has experienced similar events or has any theories about why these encounters might be happening to me. Any insights or similar experiences would be greatly appreciated. Thought I was alone. Then I thought I wasn't alone. Turns out, I was alone. This happened back in 2003. I work for an architectural firm, and it's pretty common to come to the office on weekends. It's also common to be the only one in the entire building. Coworkers coming and going through the day. The building alarm would kind of beep whenever anybody would come or go, so you would keep track if somebody just got there, or if somebody just left. The company since moved locations, but this particular office was relatively large, with a gigantic main bullpen of cubicles made of low wooden shelves that doubled as bookshelves, so you could see across the entire office. The other cubicles were sort of laid out side by side, facing the exterior walls of the main floor. I sat in a cubicle facing the south wall, with my back to the bullpen. Each cubicle had a large piece of plexiglass on the floor, so where chairs could easily roll around, and it also made it so that if somebody walked into your cubicle, you could hear and feel their footsteps approaching. Lastly, we had those large old-school computer monitors with glass screens, so if somebody walked by or into your cubicle, you could see their blurry reflection on the screen. I was busy working and thought I'd been alone for over an hour. That's when I noticed the reflection of a figure walking behind me from my right to my left. I never heard the building alarm beep, but I figured maybe I didn't hear it. I was concentrating on my work, maybe. Usually any time somebody would come into the building, they'd make themselves known to other people there, just as a courtesy. But this time they didn't, so I didn't really bother turning around to see who it was. I figured they would probably come back to say hi in a few minutes after they dropped their stuff off at their desk. Sure enough, about 3 or 4 minutes later, I see the blurry reflection of a figure on my computer monitor. But also, I distinctly hear and feel the footsteps of someone walking on plexiglass coming into my cubicle. I was in a playful mood, so when they were pretty much right behind me, I decided to turn around real fast and say, "Hey, gotcha!" You know, just being silly to whoever this coworker was. As soon as I turned around and said, "Hey," I saw there was no one there. There was absolutely no one else in the entire building as far as I could see. I was alone the whole time. I was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of dread. As fast as I could, I saved my AutoCAD files, shoved my computer down, grabbed my car keys, and walked extremely quickly to the exit door. Since I was apparently by myself, I had to set the alarm before leaving. The building had sensors in it, so if anybody else is still in the building, the alarm wouldn't engage. This was to prevent, setting the alarm and having it go off and an unsuspecting person still inside. The alarm turned on with no problem, meaning for sure the only person in the building was me. Creeps me out to this day to think about it. Maybe it's only morning. So 3 weeks ago, my grandpa sadly died. We never had a strong relationship, but in the last year we started to build up a stronger connection thanks to my girlfriend. Before he left us, he was hospitalized because of a bad heart attack. The first day me and my girlfriend went to see him, he was happy to see us, but also very worried and afraid that he won't make it to attend our wedding. This detail will connect to what follows, at least I think. The day before his funeral happened 2 things that was maybe connected to him or maybe just coincidences are as follows. Around 12 o'clock, me, my girlfriend, and my mother were looking for some documents. I said jokingly to cheer my mother up, "Grandpa, if you're here, this is the moment to give us a sign and show us where's this document." Suddenly the TV turned on. Under the TV there were some papers and this journal. I discovered that very day for the first time that he was keeping a journal, by the way, which was helpful. I want to mention that all of us were sitting on the bed while this happened. The remote was on the table, which is on the other side of the room. The second one that I considered the most creepy happened in the evening. We were all in the chapel where they kept my grandma till the next day for the funeral. Around the coffin were a lot of flowers and funeral wreaths. As tradition, everybody gathered around the coffin and started praying. During this ritual, the funeral wreath that me and my girlfriend bought just started shaking. It was violent. Only this one, only ours. Even if it was between all the other ones and only ours was moving. It stopped only when my girlfriend got up to check what was happening. No wind in the room or other clues that something could be moving it. I connect this to the fact that he was afraid of not making it to attend a wedding. Or maybe his just expression of frustration. I don't know. I'm very curious to know your thoughts on this. Maybe it's just mourning in an attempt of our brain to just get the last contact. My experience with a bed ghost. I'm living at the Job Corps Center that was built on an old military base. Yes, people have died here before, and after it became a Job Corps. There are ghosts here. Most are small, but of all the experiences I've had, this one was the worst. I was in bed and it was late at night. I can't remember the exact time. It was somewhere between 1 and 3 a.m. I sleep on my stomach, so I didn't really see this happen. Now, the wall ghosts are pretty common. They knock on the walls. Sometimes they're more active. But that night, they were the most active I've ever heard. They actually woke me up. I didn't think much of it until I heard 3 loud knocks right next to my head. Then something slammed down on the edge of my bed, like someone sitting down really hard. The bed stayed indented like somebody was there. Then it was like that for a good while. Eventually the bed slowly rose back up and immediately turned to look. Roommates were in bed. There were no footsteps, and when I asked them about it the next morning, they were confused and I was horrified. By far the worst ghost experience I've encountered. Very loud screeching sound at window, only heard by me and my cat. When I was maybe 11 or 12, something scary happened. It hasn't happened before or since. We had a visitor over at our place one time, and he was an old man. He was deemed to be a religious scholar in the community. Although a bit of an obscure person, he also had a cat, and this is relevant to what happened that night. My room had an extra bed. This is where he slept that night, across the room with the window between our beds and the bedroom door on the opposite side of the room. And I should add that we lived on the 5th floor of the apartment building. I recall being awoken texting with friends till about maybe 3 a.m. That's when suddenly right above and behind my bed where the window was, there was this loud, piercing scream of sorts that started occurring intermittently. It would last a few minutes, then pause for a few, and this continued well through the night. That was all the way till 6 a.m. Now this kind of sound is something I've never heard in my life before. So loud that I couldn't think. I simply covered my head with a blanket, too scared to move or look behind. Weirdly enough, our guest seemed to be undisturbed in his sleep. At first I thought it was an auditory hallucination, but the interesting thing is whenever the sound stopped, the cat would cautiously enter the room, looking, staring right at the exact spot above my head where I perceived the sound to be coming from. Then it would just dash out of the room with like the minute the sound started again. And by the way, all this went on all night, and this confirmed to me that, well, whatever was happening was quite real. I tried to research about the sound, guessing it might have been a bat or something, but I'm quite sure that no animal could be capable of making such sounds. The next day I asked around, and nobody in the house other than me and the cat had heard this sound. My instincts told me that this has something to do with our guest. I have no way of confirming it. Ghost Bus. From 1996 to 1999, I lived in a house near a very busy intersection. At that time I studied at night, so I would get home from school at about 11:30 p.m. Till I had a coffee and something to eat before going to bed, I would talk to my mother. And around midnight, we would hear what seemed to be a tour bus with children passing by the intersection of the nearby avenue, which I mentioned above. However, it didn't make any sense. At least once or twice a week, we would hear that euphoria, which we associated with the tour bus. Our neighbors were a Japanese couple who had lived there much longer than us. My mother, upset with the bus that passed by at midnight, decided to ask them if they had ever heard it. Our neighbor looked scared, told us that 4 years before at that intersection an accident had occurred in which 6 people who were on an illegal bus died. Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, there was a bus driver strike, and some people would use old vans and buses to make some money. The driver of that bus was on drugs and ran a red light, killing 6 passengers on his bus. Recently went to the newspaper's archives here in the city, such as Folha de Sao Paulo. I indeed find the accident in the archives. As far as I remember, it was in February of 1992. Was it the residual energy that was recorded at the scene of the accident that was heard? The spirit of the school secretary. During the years 1995 and 2005, I worked at a language school. I witnessed events that defy human explanation. I usually say that there are people who have a glow that goes far beyond their physical beauty. There is something about a person that commands respect. People who have a strong presence of spirit. I don't know how to explain it very well. Well, Susan was one of those people. Beautiful girl, curly hair, charming smile. Susanna's smile was the school's calling card when it was first starting out. Always very kind, smiling, and helpful. But in life, not everything is rosy. Susanna met a boy, started dating him, and this boy, who was already a drug user, led her down the same path. She had not worked at the school for 3 years. During that time, she became depressed. Unfortunately, she took her own life. It's incredibly sad when we found out. It's hard to imagine that such a nice girl would attempt to take her own life. However, I can't fail to report that all these things I heard and witnessed. Can't fail to mention that after Susanna's terrible death, at least 4 secretaries who worked at night had their dinner break in the kitchen at the back of the school. We reported more than once having felt the presence of someone in the kitchen with them, to the point that some, without the knowledge of the school owner, had dinner in the reception area afraid to go in the kitchen. But the phenomenon that happened to the 4th secretary gives me goosebumps just remembering it. It was the end of the year, the school was already empty. I was with Ingrid at the reception area around 8:30 p.m. Since it was the end of the year, there was a pretty festive atmosphere. Because it was Friday, we collected money and bought some sort of, well, what they're writing here is esfihas. E-S-F-I-H-A-S. Esfihas. The only people at the school were, well, me as the manager, Ingrid as the secretary, Johnny as the pedagogical coordinator, and Wagner, the security guard. Since Ingrid had been sorting the students' report cards, she said that she would have dinner later. At 8:30 p.m., she went down that dark hallway toward the kitchen. It's very important to remember that Ingrid had only been at the school for 6 or 7 months. What had happened to Susanna was, well, it was a matter that only I and the principal knew about, so nobody else did. But 2 minutes later, I heard the sound of Ingrid's heels running quickly. She opened the door that limited access to that hallway. She was catatonic, terrifyingly scared. I even joked with her, "Ingrid, it's like you saw a ghost." That's when I realized that she'd started to cry, and sobbing, she said to me, "Get my bag from the back. I'm going to leave. I'm not feeling well." I insisted and said, "Wait a minute, I need you to tell me what happened. If the owner of the school calls here and asks for you, what will I say?" Then she calmed down and began to tell me, "Look, I don't know your religion, but I'm a spiritualist. You can laugh all you want at what I'm going to say, but I saw the spirit of a woman in the kitchen." She just burst into tears again. Then I asked her, "Ingrid, could it be a teacher who came to bring a book?" I always asked teachers to return teaching materials at the end of the semester. And it was at that moment that the speaker got goosebumps when Ingrid described the woman that she saw. We don't have any teachers over 1.75 meters tall with curly hair. When did a new teacher come in? Well, at that moment, I felt compelled to tell Ingrid Susanna's story. That's when we both started to cry, lamenting Susanna's sad ending. I asked the security guard to stay at the reception and went with Ingrid to the principal locker. That was because that was where we kept the photos of past events, and where we probably have a photo of Susanna. Very carefully, so as not to mess up my boss's locker, found the first photo albums from the school's first Halloween parties. Didn't have to look through them very much to find Susanna's photo. When Ingrid saw the photo, she burst into tears again, grabbed her purse, and left sobbing. The following Monday, Ingrid quit her job at school. Never heard from Ingrid again. I need help. Since I was 14 years old, I've had a repeated encounter that only happened specifically on Wednesdays. To start it off, I was laying in bed getting ready to sleep and having this very overwhelming feeling and shooting myself up to sit up. I seen a figure of a man. The next morning, my aunt, who was living with me, told her I was screaming uncontrollably before she got downstairs to sleep. That's where then I spent the next 5 days. I braved it and finally went back into my own bedroom. All was fine, thinking that it was just sleep paralysis. But as the next Wednesday came around, I heard voices speaking to me, sounding like my late father, also sounded like my mother's voice. Sometimes it would give comfort, but it scared the crap out of me. It took a few Wednesdays to realize the pattern after this, but as I was still young, I had school the next day, and I was in a religious education class. That's when I saw the exact same figure walking by the door, and I completely lost it in class. I'm not one to lose my temper or emotions easily, so this had me sent to a room where I spent the whole day. Teachers asking me to draw things and explain, but I could tell no one believed me. Oh, I know those rooms. Those were the only 2 encounters with the figure. The voices continued for a year. I learned to cope with it with music or earplugs, and eventually just stopped. We went on family vacation to a restaurant my other aunt just wanted to brave, as she's been possessed many years prior here. Whoa. The place felt odd, and, well, it could have just been from knowing that, what she went through. That night the villa was definitely being messed with as doors were shutting and opening and shadows on the walls walking past. I feared we had brought them back with us. This was the last night of the vacation, and only once I got home it started again, and only Wednesdays. Can't tell at this point if ever since the first time I've been so sort of, subconsciously scared it'll happen that it does, or if I'm just genuinely being haunted. The second one. New Build Ghost. I live in a new building, 2018. It's a 2-story with a half bath under the stairs on the first floor with a hallway leading to the living room where I have a couch. About 2 months ago, I was getting ready for work at around 5:15. Needed to poop. Went to the half bath under the stairs. After a few minutes, I heard rapid footsteps going down the stairs above my head and immediately got grumpy. Now one of my kids were awake. Stood up, opened the door, and I see no one. Okay, must have been a cat. Sat back down, and after a minute I heard 3 knocks above my head. After a minute, another 3 knocks. Weird. Ooh, the plumbing. Fast forward to about 2 weeks ago. Woke up at 3 a.m. for work at 6 a.m., so I went downstairs to lay on the couch to read. Something else to bother, don't bother the wife. I wore glasses for distance. I didn't have them on while I laid on the couch to read. After about 30 minutes of reading, so about 3:30 a.m., I heard footsteps descending the stairs. So I put down the book and, again annoyed, thinking it was one of my kids. As I gazed with my nearsighted self, I can drive without lenses, but it's definitely blurry. Toward the base of the stairs, I absolutely saw a blurry figure peer around the corner of the stairs towards me. I sat up and the figure immediately disappeared, seemingly upstairs. Thinking it was one of my kids, I turned the lights on so I could see better. Went upstairs only to find my kids soundly sleeping. Turned the hallway light on after that and glanced at the end of the stairs regularly. Told my wife about this, and she says I was just sleep deprived and couldn't see without my glasses. But I don't know. It's such a new build, though. It's weird that there's any entity. I just saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye upstairs, peeking into my master bedroom. As soon as I looked toward the door, it ran off somewhere. Immediately walked into the hallway and started talking to it, saying that it had no reason to fear us and it realized that we're probably scary. My wife also confirmed that she's seen a shadow figure other than my own experiences. I live in a new build. It's a 2018. It's a 2-story with a half bath under the stairs and the first floor and a hallway leading to the living room where I have a couch. Yes, I remember that. About 2 months ago, I was getting ready for work at 5:15. Needed to poop. A second time, apparently. So I went under the half bath under the stairs for a second time. After a few minutes, I heard rapid footsteps going down the stairs above my head. Immediately got grumpy. Guess one of my kids were awake. Second time. Stood up, opened the door to see no one. Okay, must have been the cat a second time. So I sat back down, and after a minute I heard 3 knocks above my head. For the second time. After a minute, another 3 knocks. Weird. Maybe the plumbing. Fast forward to about 2 weeks ago, but the second time. Woke up at 3 a.m. to work at 6 a.m., so I went downstairs to lay on the couch to read so as not to bother my wife. I wore glasses for distance and didn't have them on while I laid on the couch to read. After about 30 minutes of reading, so about 3:30 a.m., I heard footsteps descending the stairs. So I put down the book again, annoyed, thinking it was one of my kids. As I gazed with my nearsighted self, I can't drive without lenses. Don't forget, this is the second time I'm reminding you guys, he can drive. I went toward the base of the stairs, and I saw this blurry figure appear around the corner of the stairs towards me. I sat up, and the figure immediately disappeared, seemingly upstairs. Thinking it was one of my kids, I turned the lights on so I could see better. Went upstairs only to find my kids soundly asleep. I turned the hallway light on after that, glanced at the end of the stairs regularly, told my wife about this, and she says I was sleep deprived and couldn't see without my glasses, that I'd probably repeat what I was going to say on my post and basically say it, well, twice. But I don't know. It's such a new build though, it's weird there's any entity at all. An actual psychic. So back in 2023, I went on a trip to HarDrew in South Dakota. HarDrew. Okay. While in one of the shops, I found one of those robot fortune tellers that give you a randomized card. The robot was called Pappy. Decided to get a card just for fun. No way this thing could be real, right? But when I got the card, I was shocked to see that it perfectly described my current life, mentioning my disorganized house and unwanted family member, referring to a legal battle I was having with my deadbeat dad. The rest of the card was a prediction of my future. Cut to 2024. I'm at Reptile Gardens, so also in South Dakota. I'm on another trip when I see another Pappy machine. I decided to get another card because of how accurate the first one was. Once again, it was a perfect reading. It mentioned how I see my future as uncertain, a problem I've been dealing with for weeks. Haven't we all? Along with another future prediction. I decided to find the first card, and what do I see? The first prediction was right. A perfect summary of how my life had changed in the past year. Now we get to the scary part. My mom had also gotten a card in 2023, but hadn't looked at it. It sat in her car for a year. Then when I told her about my experience, she finally looked at her card. The card she got was completely inaccurate for her life in 2023, when she received it. But it was 100% a description of her life in 2024 when she looked at it, describing her struggle to balance work and life. If you see Pappy, give him $1. Don't tell me what to do. My brothers and I lost an entire day. My brothers and I were 8, 7, and 4 when this happened. So as such, my youngest brother, who was the 4-year-old at the time, had no recollection of this today, or this day at all. I was 8. I remember most of what happened because I know that, we scared my nan, pop, uncles, and parents more than I've ever seen them scared before or since. You might be asking where the paranormal comes into this. Well, you see, my brother, who was 7 at the time, agrees with me that we weren't gone for more than an hour. Couldn't have, not to mention they swear to our nan and looked straight at us, even waved to us. She swore up until her death that she never saw us that day. First things first. some in the background. 4 times a year we spend time as a family in a cabin that we own that we call a castle. The castle sits at a man-made dam named Winangala. It's in Australia. My brothers and I always had the same rules to follow growing up, so we couldn't go past the valley at the bottom of the castle or past the hills that the castle sat between. The day this happened, we broke those rules, and on this trip we had our nan and pop, mum, dad, and 2 uncles. At 5 a.m. on the day in question, my brothers and I were dressed, playing Bob the Builder cones and ladders. Nan was complaining about us waking her up and told us to go play, but to be back for breakfast at 7:30. Keep in mind, this was 2004 in the middle of nowhere in Australia. The biggest danger to us was kangaroos or maybe snakes and spiders. Being the big sister, my job was to watch my little brothers, make sure that they were following the rules. For some reason this day we thought it'd be cool to walk past the valley and up the hill on the other side to stand on the top, watch the sun come up over the water of the dam. I confidently decided that we could watch the sun come up and be back in time for breakfast, especially if we stayed on the road that we all went over the valley that we could be seen from the castle at all times if somebody wanted to look for us. So we set off on our journey. After this, I've no idea what happened. Maybe it's a glitch in the Matrix or time slip or something else. Either way, we made it to the top of the hill and the sun was coming up and everything was great. We were up there no more than 10 minutes. And according to the wristwatch I had on, it was about 6 a.m. So we set off back down the hill, reached the valley. We stopped to look into it for a minute and we can see the bottom clear as day. Decided as, well, most young kids would, to go and venture down the valley, go back up the other side. We have an hour and a half to kill and surely it wouldn't take that long. So off we went. We had to zigzag back and forth to avoid those bushes, loose rocks, and spinifex, spiky, painful grass, but tried to stay as straight as possible. When we reached the bottom of the valley, I again checked the time. It was roughly 6:15. We looked up the other side, and to our surprise, our Nan was standing on the edge of the valley. She waved down at us. I thought we were going to be yelled at, but she just smiled and walked away. Thought we were in the clear, started on our way back doing as much of the same as we were doing before. We were laughing and talking about whatever kids talk about. That's when we finally made it just right up the valley. Just as we walked out onto the road, Nan just came screaming at us from the castle. She was demanding to know where we had been. I looked at my brothers and back at her before pointing to the valley, too scared to speak. Nan pulled us all into a hug and started crying. Started telling us we needed to go into the car so we could go find her pop, parents, and uncles. Apparently, they were all off searching for us. We didn't say anything, we just followed her. It wasn't until we were all seated in the car that, spotted the time of the dash. Apparently it was now 7 p.m., and rather than the sun rising and the setting, I looked down at my watch and it showed the same time. I remember showing to my 7-year-old brother, who was just as confused. February last year, Nan passed, pretty rather unexpectedly. At her funeral, my dad asked if we remembered the day we disappeared. He even sort of joked about if it was him and her uncles, if he'd be his last dollar, then he wouldn't have cared. But because we were his precious grandkids, she was beyond terrified. My youngest brother had no clue what we were talking about, but my other brother and I remember. We told Dad that, what had happened from our point of view, and told us that no one had ever had Nan but seen us. Well, that sentence feels backwards. No one, and not even Nan, had seen. Well, that is a terrible sentence. Moving on. He filled us in on the other side of the story, which we never knew. So apparently Mom had gotten up around 6:30. That's when she realizes my brother and I were being too quiet. She looked around the castle and our little hideout, think like a Fort Byers in Stranger Things, and sort of a similar rock and a stick structure to it. She even apparently called out to us with no answer. She then woke everybody up to help her search. Mom then went to the ranger station to get their help in searching, and Dad started to walk around the hills, and Pop took the four-wheeler drive tracks. My uncles offered to check the other cabins, the caravan park, and the boat shed. In reality, they went to the fish and chip in the caravan park and then to the next town over to get ice cream and beer, but they've since stated that they knew that we would turn up, so they really weren't worried. Nan stayed at the castle, and Mom and Dad both swear they looked in the valley and never saw us. Since last year, my brothers and I have been, we've been there to investigate. We've gone down to that valley. Even Dad went. Dad had a look, and none of them can figure out how we've been hidden from sight. Even by some chance, we were hidden from sight somehow. We would have been heard. Our youngest brother said that even when our other brother was down in the valley, he could hear him clear as day. Even if we did somehow end up out of sight and out of hearing range, there's no way it should have taken us all day to walk back up the other side of the valley. We've walked it plenty of times. It's only taken us 30 minutes at most. And who did we see if it wasn't Nan? Because it sure as hell looked like our Nan. Possible shadow figure encounter when I was very young. This happened when I was pretty young, maybe 4 or 5 at the time. We were living in the basement apartment of my grandparents' house. My father's material grandparents lived there before us, but passed long before I was born. I'm not sure who, if anybody, was in it between us, but there's no longer a way to find out. It was getting close to Christmas. I was in the living room watching cartoon specials, and the show's about a shoemaker. There's some elves and sprites who would just come out at night and make those shoes to help them out. Can't remember the name, but I'm pretty sure it's a common story. I went down the hallway into my bedroom to grab a sort of a stuffy to watch TV with. I froze in the doorway. There in my room were 3 tall cloaked figures moving around and looking at things like they were looking for something specific. Like looking at and moving things on my dresser and glancing around the room in general. They had no face. Nothing under the cloaks were visible at all. Just the typical black cloak depiction you see everywhere during Halloween. Needless to say, I didn't go get a stuffy and ran out into the kitchen where my mother was screaming about big black things in my room. That house was creepy. Still get nightmares about it from time to time. We moved out when I was maybe 9 or 10. Another time in the same house. I was lying on the bed trying to sleep. That's when I felt something light touch my leg. Happened a few times in a row, and then it just stopped. I'd be too afraid to look, and I would try my best to ignore it, tell myself it was just a blanket settling over me, and sleep. This happened multiple nights in a row. That was until I finally cracked an eye open and took a peek. There was a hand. It was completely black and shadowy. It was coming from between the wall and my bed. And honestly don't remember what happened after that, but to this day, nearly 30 years later, I will not have my bed against the wall. I won't touch a wall in any way while sleeping, or have a foot over the confines of the mattress at all. Don't blame you. In the same house, I had a small TV in my room for Saturday morning cartoons. Wanted it to watch shows about a tugboat. That TV would turn on and be pretty much static during the night. Just turn it off and put the remote back on the nightstand. Sometimes it would happen again, and the process of turning off would repeat. I had that television until I was 14 or so. After we moved out, it was very difficult to turn it on. Even after a repair guy looked at it and supposedly fixed whatever was wrong with it. You turn it on via remote or button on the TV itself, and it would just take what feels like forever to come on. It may have only been a minute or so, but it felt like forever. I wanted to watch or catch DBZ before bed. Funny thing is, if you put your ear up to it while waiting for it to come on, you can hear this high-pitched noise. Hard to explain, but think of the sound effect often used in an old TV set turning on or off in a cartoon. Short, and you press the power button just right time during it, the TV would turn on faster. I have a few more stories that will make another post for them. If anybody who's good with electronic repair or very knowledgeable about 90s era CRT sets has any idea what's wrong with it, feel free to chime in. It's baffled me for years. I'd love to know what it may have been. It was a GE model, if I remember right. I used to find that logo interesting. I will mention that yes, I know of the old hag, otherwise known as sleep paralysis. I experienced it a couple of times when I was older. And I live in Newfoundland, and we're apparently known to have it occur more frequently in other places. Interesting thing, I read somewhere that Americans who have family immigrated from the NFLD have higher occurrences of the hag as well. Not sure if it's valid, but found it interesting anyways. There's only one explanation to the voice I heard that night. I worked security in 2019 or 2021. One place I was working was a call center. There was 24/7 guards on scene, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 1 overnight. On the overnight shifts, there was no one else in the building. All doors were locked and all ID scanners were locked as well. I need you to understand that there's no one else in the building. There's no way anybody could have been in the building with me. This happened in 2020 when everybody was working from home. The security team were the only people in the building. At every odd hour, I would do a patrol around the building, check into all the rooms I had to swipe in and return back to the desk. Other than that, I'd sit there and watch the cameras and play my Switch. One night while I was there for the overnight shift and the other 2 guards left, I had to go on a patrol. The lights in the building were all out. It didn't really matter that much because I could see enough with the lights from the parking lot. I'd never really been afraid to walk around alone. I enjoyed the job. I walked through the downstairs, checked all the exits, made sure that they're locked, and all the staircases, made sure they're empty. When I went and then I moved to the 2nd floor, and I heard one of the phones ringing out on one of the desks. Not unheard of, but because of the sensitivity of it all, I really aren't allowed to touch the phones except for the front desk ones. I usually played music to walk around, but this time I left my phone in charge of the desk. There's no device on me that could have made a sound. The phone had since stopped ringing and I was still alone. As I moved to the final part of the building for my patrol, I hear a small thud by the stairwell at the back. It didn't bother me, but I heard a female voice call out, "Help me!" I froze, stayed silent, and didn't move for nearly 15 minutes. It took me a while, but I eventually called out and asked if somebody was there. I didn't dare go over there to try and see. I would have heard something or saw someone moving there, but I didn't finish my patrol that hour and just immediately returned to my desk downstairs when the light was on in the lobby. My boss even asked me. When I told him about it, he just nodded like, "Yeah, that happens sometimes." I didn't hear anything else the entire time I worked after that, and I even checked the cameras that were in the area. There was no one there. I always used to figure ghosts were real, or wanted to believe that they were, but that night completely proved to me that ghosts are real. When one asks for your help, you probably shouldn't risk yourself. Childhood dream resurfaced. Woman, door, creature. I had this dream when I was about 4 or 5. I guess I blocked it out ever since. Resurfaced because my 5-year-old had done this creepy, playful voice and said, "Don't look at the eyes, don't look at the eyes." Everything just came screaming back. In the dream, I was asleep in my room. I woke up to pitch black. Confused as to why my nightlight wasn't on, I started to panic. "Don't be scared," said the thin woman in a black flowing dress with long, dark brown hair. She was very pretty, carried so much worry in her eyes. "Here, take my hand. Come with me." Took her hand and we walked maybe 2 steps until this giant Gothic door appeared. Double doors, if I remember correctly. She said, "We're going inside the doors, okay? But when we get inside, don't look at their eyes. Do not look at their eyes, understand? I nodded and made sure I had her hand locked in mine. I don't remember the doors opening at all, just that we were on the outside. But almost like a dark realm where everything was dark, misty, and tall black leafless trees were there, and a breeze. I could feel everything. Her hand, hear the noises, the surrounds, and it was nothing, but everything was evil and dark. Within seconds, she said, "Close your eyes." And I did, and within a second of blinking, "Look at my eyes," it hissed. "Don't you want to see my beautiful yellow eyes?" I held the woman's hand even tighter. "I know you want to look." I've always had very long eyelashes. I believe that I can keep my eyes mostly closed and peek through them. So I did just that. The creature was still trying to lure me to open my eyes and hadn't taken notice that I was peeking through my lashes. I had my head looking slightly down, but had my eyes pointed straight down if it makes it possible to make eye contact. "Open your eyes and look. Look at my beautiful yellow eyes." The woman grabbed my hand tighter and said, "Leave her alone. You mustn't touch her." I didn't hear, what else she had said because I had seen the creature behind my veil of the eyelash. It was crouched down next to my face, and again my chin was tucked to my chest. This thing was just a few inches away. I could feel its breath on my skin, that black fur, almost an owl-shaped face where its, flat head was. It had big yellow eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs. I could feel its claws ever so lightly touch my long hair. I swear, I'm terrified of flying monkeys and the Wizard of Oz because of this. I start to panic. "Keep calm, stay with me," said the woman. I snapped out of my dream when I heard the fear in her voice. My parents said that I would say they'd talk to me, which caused them to freak out and search my room and window, just in case somebody was trying to take me away. They'd said that happened prior to my dream. I never told them about my dream itself. I forgot about my nightlight. I had to sleep with the lights fully on after that dream. Annoyed the hell out of them, but whatever. Weird stuff like paranormal stuff always happens to me, like seeing jackalopes twice. That's another story. This dream coming back to me after a kid saying that freaked me out. Almost believe children are able to get to this dark realm, you know? I worry for my children. I always ask about their dreams in case they need to tell me something odd happened. But so far, nothing. Welcome to Paranormal M, your destination for all things ghostly and mysterious. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to keep up with our latest spine-chilling content. Get ready for some hair-raising tales. Jack and the Man Holding an Orange Cat. This happened at a former house I lived at for a long time. Most of my childhood, in fact, really. When my sister was younger, around 3 or 4, we were in the kitchen. The kitchen door was an all-glass door. She looked at the door and said hi, and immediately I asked who she's saying hi to. She says the man standing in the door. I asked her, what does he look like? I experienced paranormal activity in that house before when I was younger. That's why I wasn't super shocked. She explained to me that he was wearing a blue button shirt and brown pants, and that he's an older gentleman. Some time goes by and she starts talking about Jack. We all ask who Jack is. She says he's the guy who was at the door. This really shocked us, considering everybody in the families only saw glimpses of things like shadows or hearing footsteps. We ask her, what her and Jack talk about. She says that he's upset that he doesn't have a home anymore. Now, when she said this, my heart dropped. The house next door to us was just demolished, so they can build a new house there, I guess. So we went to our neighbor across the street because she grew up on the street and lived in the same house that she grew up in. She said there was a man named Jack. Passed away in the house and, No one found him for 2 weeks. Now weeks pass and my sister's still talking about Jack. But one night she wakes up screaming that somebody opened her closet door. We tell her it's okay and that she might have just left the door open. It happens, But she tells us it's not. It's the man with the orange cat, and he just keeps coming back at night to open the door. But she said that I was afraid myself. I asked her what does it look like. He's just all black with an orange cat. That's what she tells us. This happens like 2 nights in a row, so we decided to move our bed into another room. Weeks later, we have a party at the house. A good family friend and his family end up spending the night. They sleep in my sister's room on an air mattress. Their son, who's the same age as my sister, screams at the top of his lungs that there's a man holding an orange cat in the closet. Once they heard that, they decided to leave. Rightfully so. That house is one of the most active houses I've ever lived at. To this day, I still think about all the experiences I had there. The Boy Next Door. My sister mentioned she was seeing a younger boy. He was around my age at the time, like 15 or 16. Now, growing up in a small town, I was the only person with my name my whole life. My family is Spanish, so I have a very authentic Spanish name. Anyways, I would always hear about a kid who shared my name when growing up, and now he was good at football. But unfortunately, he committed suicide. That was when he was still in high school. Fast forward to when we moved into the house I'm talking about. My sister would talk about seeing a young man around the house, like the outside of the house. He'd be wearing a red shirt, have short black hair, and tan shorts. Cargo shorts, I suspect. And apparently, how he wasn't happy. At first, we thought it just was some kids walking home from school and lived right near the high school, so it wasn't uncommon to see kids walking up or down the road. Then she started to say that he would come inside the house and started seeing him in a room. That's when we got concerned. Now, during this time, the house to the right of us had just been cleaned out. The family living there had been evicted. Stupidly, we were curious, went over there, found some old toys, an airplane, some other stuff, brought them home. That's when we put 2 and 2 together. Must have been because we took possessions from that house. It had some connection to it. We brought the toys back and figured out it was that. She continued to see this young man. She kept saying that he reminded her of me. Startled by that, we immediately asked why. She proceeded to tell us that he has my name. Now, let me remind you guys, small town, mostly white neighborhood, mostly, just very few Spanish families. My name is the type of name that you can't find in anything. Like those little magnets or something never ever found my name anywhere. You get it. I do. My mom right away puts 2 and 2 together. She reminds us about the young man who had taken his own life, shared my name, and that this could be him reaching out to her. We tell my sister all the time it must be the time a spirit will show itself to somebody who can see them and can talk to them, because they can actually, they have something to say and they can hear it. She said that he barely talked, but when he did, he seemed really upset. At the time, she was so young, I don't think she understood the weight of what he was saying. He said that he would say regret a lot, but nothing else would really happen. That's the only word he would say. He'd often put his hands to his face, as if he was crying. This was by far the most chilling experience that she's told us. I spent my whole life in this town and always hearing about a young man with my name. My teachers would talk to me about him. Like in the beginning of the school year, we would, tell us about yourself. And I would always say, my name is blank. And some teachers would automatically say, oh, I had a student once with that name. I still think about this quite often. I feel sad for him. He was going through a difficult time and didn't know how his future was looking. I just want to say I suffer from severe depression. I've been in those shoes before. You just want to stop feeling the way you feel. It's never the answer. Please speak up and say how you feel. If you don't have anyone to speak to, reach out to me. Find a community on Reddit, there's a lot of them. I used to go there when I felt completely lost in my life. I know it's easier said than done, but never stop fighting. White figure and a baby crying. This story happened to me about 8 years ago. It was in my hometown. It's pretty much stayed with me ever since. I used to live basically on the edge of a relatively big town. It's in Germany. It's right next to a forest. It was winter, probably around Christmas. So it snowed. It was around 2 a.m. and I was in the bathroom. It has no windows, but at least pointed, rather. Back up. It has windows. Don't want to get bathroom information incorrect. It has windows, and these said windows are pointed directly at a small park that's right in front of the forest. I didn't notice it right away, but from the park I could hear a baby crying. Didn't really pay much attention at first, but as the crying continued, I got kind of irked. Who would take their small child outside at this hour with these cold temperatures? So I got up and looked out of the closed window, interested in what was going on outside. What I saw was a figure dressed completely in white in the middle of the snow in the park, not a child. The figure was quite small, and I don't know how else to describe it properly, but folded up, like the way old people sometimes walk bent over in a hunch, only to the extreme. The figure was holding a tautly stretched leash in one hand with nothing at the other end. I'm still sure to this day that there was nothing at the other end of that stupid leash. Meanwhile, the crying could still be heard. My first thought was to open the window to get an even better view. However, a chill of fear ran through me, and I just let it go. I've told this story to a lot of people since, and haven't heard from anyone with any similar encounter. Does anybody maybe have an idea or an explanation of what I might have seen? Accidentally moved into a haunted house. I recently moved into a new house with 2 roommates. One has moved in, one won't be here for a few more weeks. So I was putting my clothes in the closet, and the first or second day I was there. Something seemed to hit my hangers, and stuff fell out of my closet. I tried to reason and say maybe something shifted in the walls of the house and ignored it. I also have a dog who has a bark collar. Just beeps and vibrations, no shocking. It'd sometimes go off seemingly on its own when he wasn't even barking. But again, I tried to find a reasonable explanation and wrote it off as maybe a growl. A day or so later, I woke up with 3 scratches on my arm that weren't there when I went to bed. They didn't hurt. My dog sleeps at my feet, so it couldn't have been him. And I have short nails, so I didn't do it to myself. This is when I felt that there was probably some entity in my house. This past weekend, my roommate that's living in the house currently had a weekend trip planned and wouldn't be there this Friday or Sunday afternoon. Saturday night, I'm in my bedroom with my dog and hear the front door open, close, and somebody walk up the steps. My dog reacted to this as well, so, I wasn't hearing something that wasn't real. As soon as my roommate got home early, to see why the trip was cut short. Well, she wasn't there. Checked the whole house to see if somebody maybe broke in. But no one's there. Dog's also pretty confused. I feel you, dog. Door's still locked as I left it. So I go into my bedroom, light some sage, and go to bed. The next day I have my friend who's practiced witchcraft for over 20 years come over. She initially thought I was being dramatic, but as soon as she came in, she said the vibe was off. Now we have this bathroom downstairs by the bedrooms. It's a split-level house. Creeped both me and my roommate out a lot, and we ignored it. That's where my friend that practices witchcraft said there's a ton of icky bad energy. Hate that kind. So she leaves and says that she'll be back in a few hours to help cleanse the house, get whatever is living here rent-free out. I call her later and I ask her when she'll be over. I wanted a thing out. As soon as I say that, I hear something fall in the living room. I go out to see it's a chain on a fan that's been ripped out, thrown across the room. The ceiling's very high, maybe 15 feet, so no one could reach that without making it come out like that. So my friend comes over and we use a pendulum to speak about the ghost. The energy was unlike anything I've experienced. It was heavy. I could feel my chest tighten and the air getting thick. It had apparently been there for a long time. Never had issues. It said it had no issues with the people. It had an issue with my dog. He's very barky and annoying at times, but he's a sweetheart. I then asked if we can all live peacefully together, and we got told no. So we begin saging. When we get to the area where the bad energy is strong, the sage keeps going out. We kept relighting and saging until it stopped going out and the energy felt clear. My friend then has me put my dog upstairs with my roommate. That's while we do the spell. Basically to close the veil so the ghost can't keep doing things in my house. I can go into more details if anybody wants to know more. In the bathroom where the energy's been the strongest, that's where I do that. As soon as we start, my dog's barb collar starts going off by itself and it's going crazy, beeping and vibrating. My roommate saw this happen and said that he began doing that. He then starts barking and it's just chaos. We lit the last candle to finish the spell and the collar stopped and the barking stopped immediately. It's been like 2 days since anything's happened. I don't feel any bad energy. My dog's acting normal again too. So thoughts on if this is something that could actually come back or retaliate? Creature in the doorway. Hello, I'd like to collect testimonies. Testimonies to find out if I'm an isolated case or not. Being on holiday in Spain, I had a nightmare about a person in a doorway. She was pointing her finger at me. Clearly looked like she was trying to devour me. So far, normal. Just a nightmare. I'd wake up, sit on the bed, and looking up, I could see her in the doorway, smiling just predatorily. Obviously, I scream and wake up my sister who's sleeping with me, which proves to me that I'm really awake. Turned my head, the creatures disappeared. But as soon as I close my eyes, I dream of her again. I have the distinct feeling that she feeds on my fear. I had a similar experience at my grandmother's, and again, my sister and my other sister were sleeping with me. I have a nightmare, I wake up, find a creature staring at me, and again I'm sitting, screaming and waking up my sister next, just screaming. As soon as I turn my head, she disappears. Since I'm wide awake and sitting when it happens and not blocked in my movements, I don't think it's sleep paralysis or a daydream. Okay, here's one for y'all. In my home, we see entities a lot. I thought at first it was a side effect of a brain tumor, but when my dog and I turned and looked at something walking across the doorway of my bedroom, it was just clarifying that we are seeing them. Anyway, it's never bothered me. Something I've seen for the longest time, like I see dead people, fits to a T. So here goes. The other night, or the middle of the night, probably around 2 or 3 a.m., I couldn't get back to sleep. So I got my phone and looking at something. Can't really remember what, probably a game. Anyway, all of a sudden I see a reflection on my phone screen of a man coming toward me. I looked then and I thought, what the fuck? Turned around and of course it was just nothing. It was the first time something like that ever bothered me. I could see details like his hair, kind of blondish, came out to the side sticking out, his build was stocky, and the shirt was kind of a red plaid. Didn't look like the thick flannel ones, but like the thinner guess, like regular shirts. Couldn't see facial details, I tried to recreate the same position. It wasn't hard as I was lying down on my side, looking in the direction of the blinds looking in the direction of the blinds closed window. My face could barely be seen, only a small section of the left side of the phone, which I don't think it was there. Don't think it was there before. That's annoying when doing anything on the phone. My dog was under the covers, didn't see, but got nervous when I started. One thing for sure is that whatever these entities do, they scare the shit out of my dog so much that she's become extremely timid, but also shakes so much nowadays that everything seems to get to her. I know when she's seen one, she'll immediately get so close to me like she's living Velcro. She'll stand between my feet, saying either hold me or protect me from the monsters. She'll scurry to get under the covers, or she'll stand up against my legs for me to pick her up. I hate the fact that she gets so scared it makes me think the entities are either being threatening or teasing her. Whatever they're doing, it isn't good. I haven't had negative things happen directly to me. I mean, I've had things literally fly across the room, off the wall, turning the light off every time I turn around, but nothing ever to really hurt me. Put a camera inside, and the one thing it picked up was it panned to the doorway of the extra bedroom. There was a wave of light, something around it like a flicker, but not quickly. Different to explain the movement, but on that instant I was home and nobody was there. My blinds were all closed, and there wasn't anything that could explain any of it. My experience with the paranormal, and how I became a spiritual person. So I was browsing the sub's top posts of all time, and after seeing so many people share their own experiences with the paranormal, I felt encouraged to share mine. Feel free to ask any questions, and I'll try to answer as best as I can. The earliest experience I had is something I can't remember myself, but that my mother's told me. When I was small, like 3 or 4, I was deathly afraid of hearing my own heartbeat. It still makes me uncomfortable to this day, but not as much as it used to. My mom tells me I used to say things like, "too young to die," and other uncharacteristic things for a toddler to say whenever my heart started beating faster than usual. My uncle was a cardiologist and also very spiritual. He said that I had died of a heart attack in a previous life, which is why a sound that normally soothes people caused such fear. My mother, being very spiritual herself, believed him. I don't know whether that's true, but it's a thing that did happen. That wasn't the only thing I was afraid of, though. When I was young, my greatest fear by far was that of black magic, to the point that people around me couldn't even say the word or I'd start crying. Fast forward a few years to 2014. That's now 16. I found out that I had a cavernoma on the pons of my brain. It's after I got pneumonia and coughed so hard that it burst open. I had to get life-saving surgery and everything. My mother went to a medium when I was hospitalized post-surgery to ask about my recovery. The medium said that the cavernoma I had was like a scar from a previous life. Apparently, I'd lived in a big farmhouse well over 100 years ago. But some unsavory fellows wanted the deed to the house or whatever. I don't really recall the details. But the important thing is that they kidnapped me and my family and killed us. The way they'd killed me was with a strike to the back of the head, exactly where the cavernoma was in this life. The people who killed me also did some black magic, and for some reason, it's like the medium described the ritual as having involved a yellow cross on a table with a white cloth on it, a bunch of candles and other objects too. The medium burned the whole thing, according to him. But again, I don't know the details. And what do you know, my fear of black magic vanished overnight. But going back to when I was a kid, I'm pretty sure I lived in a haunted house. I didn't pay much attention to it overall, but my mother says she felt a presence in some rooms. The worst one was the servant's bedroom. It was a big old house. I used to play pretty much everywhere except for that one room. It was in an isolated part of the house. And even though it was right next to the back garden and got plenty of light during the day, it always felt sinister in there. The babysitter slept there one night and said she felt constantly watched, could hear heavy breathing coming from the ensuite bathroom. On a few occasions I was in my bedroom trying to sleep. Suddenly I heard pots and pans banging all the way in the kitchen on the other side of the house. It was as if they had fallen out of the cupboard. They were always where they should have been when we checked the following day. One day my mom had to leave for work super early, like 5 a.m. Found the drinks cabinet wide open. Even though she only had the key, it was still safely in her wardrobe. Sometimes we could hear a rhythmic pinging sound from her bedrooms, like somebody repeatedly tapping a coin or a key on the stairs' metal railing. Nobody was there upon inspection, of course. My mom once called a medium in. He said that the house definitely had some bad stuff in it. The guest's bathroom, the third-floor bathroom, and the servant's bedroom were the worst spots. He said he could smell sulfur in the third-floor bathroom, but fortunately no one else could. He also said that the graveyard dirt had been flung onto the roof at some point. My dad was a politician at the time, so I'm sure he had plenty of enemies who could have done that. But that was a big part of why those things were happening. Well, we eventually moved out. But I initially didn't feel comfortable in the new house either. I was probably like 13 at the time. Everything was fine with the house itself, but I used to feel a presence in my bedroom at night. My sleep was often troubled and light. And once again, my mom contacted a medium. Said that I was being haunted by the spirit of a young boy who'd been my best friend in a previous life. He wasn't doing it on purpose. The spirit was just lost and wanted to play with me. The talk to the boy's spirit convinced him to leave me alone, guided him to the afterlife. Sure enough, the feeling of being observed went away overnight. Despite all of the odd occurrences that I'd experienced up to this point, I'd grown to be a very, actually, edgy, skeptic teenager. But this experience in particular made me question everything. I haven't had many paranormal experiences ever since I recovered from my brain surgery, but I've had a couple of dreams where my dead great-grandma was living happily in a breezy town with white houses. That cardiologist uncle ended up committing suicide by jumping off his apartment window and landing on his chest and arms. At one time he appeared in a dream of mine with an arm cast and happy to see me. But I don't know where he was. A ghost from my hometown. I'm from Nepal, and this story is from my hometown. Actually, before it was a town, it was a very small village. Not so remote, yet not so developed. The roads going inside the villages were pitched, and they were gravel and muddy, and there weren't really many houses around or many trees. Exactly at the backside of my village there's a forest, but as you know, there are many horror stories related to any forest, and at the corner of the forest was a small road only enough for one vehicle to pass at a time. It is a story when I was very small. My grandmother used to tell this story so frequently that I still remember it, even though it's been about 7 years since my grandmother passed away, but her story still gives me the chills down to my spine. So my grandmother used to say that under any condition do not buy meat at night. We used to ask why, and then she told me that my cousin brother told her this story. Stories about two relatives who were my mama and Bada Papa, and as we used to live in the village, everybody knew each other. As it was many years back, and as we used to live in the village, having a vehicle like a car or any four-wheelers was considered like a big thing. People having it were considered rich. As my grandma told that day, my mama and my Bada Papa went to a village about 2 kilometers away from our village to bring meat. My Bada Papa had a car at the time, so they both went there in his car. They went there during the day as the village there was no real butcher shop, so they went to some farmer's place where they used to cut goats. More often there, and during all the process of making the meat eatable, it was already dusk. And as my Bada Papa knew about meat during night things, so he asked the farmer to hurry, and my mom was confused as to why. But I didn't think much, and by the time the meat was ready, it was already dark. So I put the meat in the back seat and started driving. As it was the road I mentioned earlier, in the corner of the road was all covered with tall, dark trees, which made the road even more dark, and the street lights really weren't a thing back then, and the only source of light was the car's headlights. And the one driving was my Papa, as the car was his. As they were driving, they saw a shadowy figure at the side of the road. It looked like a female figure wearing kind of like white cerise, like the windows in villages wear white after the demise of their husband. They aren't allowed to wear colorful clothes. So they thought that a figure must have been like a widowed woman. When they drived closer, Papa showed the car a bit to know what's going on. The figure became more clear. As they described, she was a very beautiful woman. Looked like to be in her late 20s. Her hair was up long to her waist, which was open, and from her head to toe was covered with this white cerise. Looked like she was asking for a lift. My Papa was a bit cautious, not thinking that it must be something paranormal, but thinking that it may be as part of a thug. It was pretty common back then. He was about to stop near her. He suddenly hit the accelerator and increased the speed of the car. My mama, who was mesmerized by the beauty of the woman, was confused as to why he did increase the car speed. He turned to look at my Papa, and he looked like he was scared. The terror and his glance meant Mama just got scared and asked what happened. Why does he look so scared? My Papa started to talk in like a very shaky voice. Said my mama didn't want to turn back to look at the woman. Said that she wasn't a woman, but a shod Dale attracted by the meat that was present in the backseat of their car. And as my mama, who was young, didn't take it seriously, turned back and there was no one. The woman vanished into thin air. She really was asking for a lift. She'd be waiting for another vehicle so she could get it from them. She wasn't there. My mama got scared too, as there was no houses nearby and only jungle. The woman vanished within a few seconds. They drove as fast as they could, and they reached home at about 8 p.m. They told everything to my grandmother, and told her that my Papa was right. She was indeed a true Dale who was following them because of the meat. If they had given her a lift, then they wouldn't have been alive. And if she even forbade them from bringing meat at night, it would be necessary that they should put a piece of raw turmeric with the meat to prevent any negative energy from following them. So this is my story from my grandmother, which she strictly told everybody till she was alive to never bring meat after sunset. Now she's not with us, but I still remember every word of my grandmother. I have some paranormal things happening in my house. Recently, my dad had to give away our cousin's guitar. Passed away when I was 6, and he was in his 20s when he passed. That was on New Year's Eve. When my parents and I got home, we started to get ready to watch the countdown. There's a door right next to my room that just leads to storage. A couple of seconds, the ball dropped. I watched the door handle jingle, and then it opened, and my parents heard it too. Freaked out, but almost amazed at the same time. Ever since then, unexplainable things happen. Never been hurt by it. I always hear unexplainable footsteps and dishes being moved around, knocks on my bedroom window in my parents' bedroom. It's where his guitar used to be. The door open and close when I'm home alone. Sometimes my TV will turn off by itself, and when I get up to turn it back on, I'll find that it's been unplugged. Every once in a while, I feel something poke my arm or my leg, which is something my cousin used to do and get on my nerves when nothing was around could do that. Also, every night I see orbs flying around my room when it's pitch black. This could be my eyes playing tricks on me, though. It seems to really revolve around me for some reason. Parents don't really experience anything, that they rarely believe me whenever I tell them about mine. It's kind of died down a bit in the past few weeks, but I don't mind having a spirit in my house as long as it doesn't hurt me. I don't know, I could be overreacting about certain things, but honestly, too many things happen for me not to believe in. And yes, it does freak me out, but again, it's kind of cool at the same time. Little Annie Aiken. Recently I was in Charleston for a dance-related event. My parents and I would like to go on ghost tours when visiting places like Charleston, mainly just to hear the history of the buildings and stuff. We decided on a ghost tour of the Magnolia Cemetery. There were a lot of cool stories that I enjoyed hearing, but the one that stood out to me the most was the Little Annie Aiken. I don't remember much of her story, but I do remember our tour guide telling us that little Annie was a very active child, loved to play. We were told she died at the age of 3 of a sickness. I can't remember the name of it. During the tour, I started hearing a young girl singing. It was very faint, and I couldn't make out what the song was. I asked my mom and dad if they heard it. They both said no. And also, at several moments, I felt something wrap around my free hand. Sometimes it felt like a small hand, but other times my hand just went cold, and sometimes it felt like I was being pulled into the opposite direction that we were going. Once we arrived at Little Annie's tomb, our tour guide told us her story. She then told us that sometime if Little Annie really likes you, she'll grab a hold of your hand. She also said that people have reported hearing a little girl singing Ring Around the Rosie, a small child wrapping their cold hands around someone else's. Once our tour guide had told us that my dad asked if that's why I was hearing and what I was hearing, and I told him I felt the hand too. I was hesitant to tell our tour guide then. I got very freaked out. We had a very dramatic woman on our tour. I didn't want to freak her out anymore, so I just told our tour guide after it was over. It was a very cool experience. Never had anything like that happen to me before. I guess little Annie must have liked me. Strange noise in my backyard, and blood found dripping down my back door. So last night I was taking my puppy Photo outside. It was 10 p.m. We have copperhead shows up in our yard a lot, so I walked across my backyard with them in case one of these were nearby, so I could block them from getting bitten. My back was to my house, so I couldn't see anything behind me. Out of nowhere, it sounded like a heavy rock or something got thrown and hit the house directly behind me. And then something screamed or yelped. That's the best description I can give. Never heard anything like that scream before. It echoed through the woods. Heard a bird hit the house at first. Well, thought it was that, but would have seen it on the ground if it was one because, well, there's absolutely no way a bird recovers that quickly from such a hard hit. Whatever it was very loud, but yet my parents who were inside our house didn't hear it. Yeah, it was like a screech, but also not. Like there's no damage to the side of the house or any sort of rock on the ground that could have made such a loud noise. The puppy heard it at first, but didn't seem too alarmed. Went back to sniffing on the ground. Was completely calm after the fact. But another weird thing my mom and I noticed recently is that there's a spot of blood above her back door. Drips down the center of the frame, and there's a few drops on the ground that got washed away by some rain. It looks like either an animal was hurt or held there so the blood could drip down or was painted on, I don't know. If it was an animal, it would have had to hang on for a while to let that much blood drip down. It's a strange thing. Could anyone give me some peace of mind on the situation or some insight on what might have happened? I feel like I'm going crazy. Unseen entity left scratch marks on my back after terrifying encounter. I've dealt with paranormal experiences throughout my life, and I'm convinced that some kind of spirit follows my family from time to time. It usually just shows up as little shadows peeking around corners, or strange noises in the middle of the night. But there's one experience that still freaks me out to this day. I was younger when it happened. So I was home alone with my younger brother. We had this little dog named Stephanie. Tiny ball of energy who was completely obsessed with Cheerios. We didn't give them to her often because they weren't the healthiest treat, but she loved them more than anything. That morning I went to the pantry to grab some Cheerios for Stephanie. She was right there beside me, practically bouncing with excitement. grabbed the box, turned around, and just like that, she was gone. So confused, thinking, what the hell, where'd she go? I immediately started searching the entire house. I was calling her name over and over. 2 hours went by and still no sign of her. At this point, I was really worried. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed her favorite squeaky toy, a little pig that she adored, and squeezed it. Out of nowhere, she appeared upstairs in the hallway, right in front of my brother's room. I could see her standing there from the main floor. Relief washed over me, but I was also confused as hell. I called out to her, "Come down here, have your Cheerios and your squeaky pig toy." Instead of coming to me, she started walking back and forth, crying like she was stuck or scared. I was baffled and getting a little scared myself. I kept urging her to come to me, but her crying only grew louder and more desperate. So I started climbing the stairs, but the higher I went, the louder her cries became. I began to worry that she might be hurt or trapped, so I hurried up the stairs. My heart was racing. When I reached the top, I suddenly felt something scratch down my back, 5 distinct fingers. And I kid you not, it felt like a hand had just clawed me. I screamed in shock and bolted towards Stephanie, who was still crying up in front of my brother's room. Brother heard me screaming, burst out of his room, totally freaked out, asked what was happening. Told him something had scratched me. Then out of nowhere, we both started hearing this loud banging on the walls. We were completely terrified. Without thinking, I grabbed Stephanie and my brother and I ran downstairs to the solarium. That has a glass door. Shut it behind us, thinking we'd be safe there. But then the banging started again. This time on the glass door itself. I could see right through it and there was nothing there. It was just us. But the banging was relentless. It was echoing throughout the room. We're both sobbing at this point, absolutely terrified. Call her mom, begging for her to come home immediately, but she doesn't believe us. I thought we were just imagining things or trying to prank her. Later, when things finally calmed down, my brother checked my back. Sure enough, I had 5 scratch marks running down my skin. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there. That was the only time I ever physically was attacked by that spirit. Makes me wonder if anybody entered my home that day. It's been 10 years, but I can't stop thinking about it. I was with a friend and we were going back home. We made the choice to take another itinerary. We would cut by a small trail in the woods. We were laughing and everything while walking home. That was till my friend started screaming and racing in the opposite direction. The trail we were walking in was splitting at some point like a Y. So when he started screaming, I looked at the other branch of the Y and didn't understand anything at that point, but what I saw scared me for weeks. Maybe 20 meters from us, something was looking at us. It looked like a wolf or a bobcat, but it was much bigger, had a different face than anything I've ever seen. The legs on this thing were so long that the knees were almost touching its shoulders in a seated position. Was sitting under the streetlight and looking at us. It didn't move at all, even when we screamed. It was so horrible, bizarre, and scary that 10 years after, I still remember like it was yesterday. Till this day, I have no idea what it was. Dad's a hunter and I've grown up in the woods with him, so every animal in the area, I know it. But it was nothing close to anything I know. The face it had. Can't stop but thinking this thing was not an animal or a human. Something else. Have you guys ever experienced something like this? Let me know. I heard breathing inside the bed. About a year ago, I was staying in my room pretty late at night. It's about 12 a.m. and doing my stuff as usual. The only source of light was a candle, which added a really cozy vibe to the room. My parents were long asleep, so the house was completely silent. At one point, I started to get tired, so I decided to go to bed. After blowing out the candle, I got myself comfortable laying under the blanket. That's when suddenly it seemed like I heard another breathing sound besides mine. Held my breath for a few seconds and thought I could still hear it. My ears were kind of ringing, so I wasn't really sure. got up, put my ear a little closer to the side of the bed, and I held my breath again, and this time, the other breathing sound was obvious. I got so scared I jumped off the bed and almost busted my parents' room. When I got to their door, I realized it might have been my father snoring. I listened closely, and he was, but it was not the same sound. I calmed myself down and went back to my room, but I could now hear both my father and the breathing from my bed since the door was opened. Just a little mention. I've been into spirituality for a long time. I've had a few paranormal experiences before, and it wasn't something that terrifying for me. Just the impact of the movement, and I closed the door and started talking with whatever it was. Breathing wouldn't stop, but I suddenly didn't feel afraid at all. I felt like a spirit had made me a visit. Tried to feel its energy forbid and really seemed peaceful. It might seem funny what I'm about to say, but I just got back to bed and hearing that breathing sound gave me a kind of comfort. I fell asleep so fast. In the morning, the sound was gone and I haven't experienced something like that again. Maybe opinions. Our neighbor's dolls. Hi y'all, I wanted to post a video of a rocking chair moving back and forth by itself from my wife and son's hospital room. Felt encouraged to open up about some of the experience my family's had over the years. This one occurred fairly recently in an old townhouse that we were renting. The area we lived in was in an economic decline and getting rough. We had a few rowdy neighbors, and the ones subjected in this story were a young couple living with one of their grandmothers. The couple had two darling little girls who loved our daughter and took to playing with her. By appearances during the daytime, the couple were fine and swell. However, they would have parties almost every Friday and Saturday. Once liquor was involved, it was only a couple of hours before they took their arguments from inside the grandmother's home to outright sloshing their tea to the whole neighborhood. Eventually, the husband would get physical and pin his wife against the car wall. They would scream, yell, hit each other, etc. The cops would then be called, and, well, frequently the husband would be carted off to jail while both spouses mouthed off to the officers. Despite the drama in the house, their little girls always seemed to be in good spirits and pretty outgoing. After some time, the couple began selling and giving away some of their things in preparation for moving out. The little girls gave my wife a box of dolls, some new, some vintage. We gladly accepted them, put them in the kids' room. The dolls would be waiting for her daughter when she came back from her grandparents' house the next day. After a couple of hours, my wife, baby son, and her cat Sebastian and myself were downstairs hanging out. That's when we heard like a huge thud and a crashing sound from the kids' room. After checking, nothing appeared to be out of sorts. Everything was exactly as it had been. Checked the closets or rooms, nothing had fallen. Perplexed, we went back downstairs. As the afternoon rolled into evening, we heard the thud and crashing again. And as before, nothing had been touched. At this point, we considered a wild animal had gotten in, but we continued searching. Again, turned up empty-handed. After dinner, my wife took our son upstairs to feed him in her bedroom. The rest of this is solely her experience. She was lying there with the baby. She heard the crash again from the bedroom. She saw Sebastian sitting in the hallway, staring into the darkness of the kid's room, ears perked and frozen. About that time, she began to hear a little girl's voice coming from the room, then the sound of a child sobbing. Knowing full well that no one was in the room, she comes downstairs to me, being asleep on the sofa, and tells me about what's going on. She suspected the dolls. She marched upstairs, grabbed the box, and tossed them into the dumpster outside. Never had another disturbance again. Yeah, that's a happy ending. I'm not sure if I saw my doppelganger or not, but I've been a little paranoid ever since. I was at a building, let's call it a doctor's office. I was sitting outside in the smoking section. It's the perfect spot to see inside the building as all the doors and windows are clear. You can completely see through the other side of the building. So in this way, it's very easy to see people coming and going from either side of the building. You get me? So while outside smoking, I happened to look up and I saw a lady leaving. No, I never saw the full face, and because of that, it's why I keep telling myself it was just somebody who looked similar. From what I saw, she looked exactly like me, though. The difference was that her hair was longer, which ironically looks just like mine, except I recently cut it. She also had a sweater that I've never seen anybody own or wear. I wasn't wearing it that day, but that lady who looked like me was wearing that exact same sweater. I even remember contemplating wearing it that very day. I honestly was caught off guard that I sat in a state of shock for several seconds, maybe even a good minute. I was trying to tell myself to get up and go to the other side and see what this lady was, or meet her or something. But I had the funniest feeling that even if I ran with all my might, she'd be gone by the time I turned the corner outside. I kept my eyes locked for several more minutes. It was already gone. Walked toward the parking lot. So I stared, waited to see a car drive by the parking lot on the other side. It was my way of sort of confirming to myself that it was just another person. Nothing really weird. Maybe somebody going on lunch break, you know? I sat for half an hour watching. Never saw her. Never saw a vehicle drive by that could have been her. Nothing. Now, I wasn't going to post this, but after last night, it's gotten me more paranoid. My husband and I had our date night. Kids with his parents for the night, and we were just drinking and watching One Piece on Netflix at home. At some point in my drunk state, I went to take the dogs outside of the bathroom, and I waited until they came in. Dogs ran into the living room with the hubby and decided to lay down in the laundry room on the floor. But what's weird is when I came back, my husband swore I went to the bathroom and came from that direction. Started in with me giggling, thinking he's pulling my leg or something, and then I said, "No, I just brought the dogs in. It's laying down in the laundry room for a few minutes." Both end up going through our camera footage as we have cams in and outside the home. Ironically, there is a video of me going in and coming from the bathroom area, but didn't capture me going to the laundry room. There is an extra recording of nothing. That's which I said right when I was on the floor, so unfortunately you don't see or really hear me. But my husband said that I was in the room with him and said that was the time I was in the laundry room. We even see where the dogs come running in. Freaked us out and kept trying to figure out the time frame of everything, thinking maybe I drank more than I thought and maybe getting times mixed up. We got tired as it was late trying to figure it out and headed to bed. And as we did, both our dogs went off barking in the living room and then the front door. The only time they do this is if somebody's walking up around the property. My pit's very good at knowing when somebody came onto the land, before they'd even be in the driveway. So naturally I run to the door, my husband runs behind me to the door, and we go to the porch and there's nothing there. It's freaky because she never barks unless there's actually somebody there trying to talk to you. We actually caught somebody trying to jump our fence once thanks to her. My husband caught them as they were walking towards it because of her notifying us. We ended up locking everything up and went to bed only for it to happen again. Just as we lied down in bed, both dogs go off, run for the front door. And this time my husband gets his gun and goes walking outside with the dogs. One was just searching and sniffing, and our pit kept standing still by the door as if guarding it and giving gruffs under breath, as if saying, "I know you're out there." She kept looking for someone or something but never took off. We found nothing, neither did the dogs. Hubby chalked it up to being random animals or her having a really good hearing. But I'm getting paranoid. I guess I'm hoping people will tell me I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here. Please help. What was attacking me and my pets? Started a week and a half ago. I was hearing random things drop in my house. I was hearing somebody walk down the hallway, but no one was ever there. Heard a girl almost moan or cry. In the hallway when my door was closed, this happened, and eventually things got, worse pretty quickly. My boyfriend got hit on the shoulder, and the next day I got slapped on the leg extremely hard from under my bed. I was so terrified. I never was a firm believer, but I definitely am now. After that night, we turned out my old Ouija board. I haven't used it in years, so I have no idea why I'm being fucked with now. The board was being insane. It kept spelling out 666 in my name, and like it wanted me. I said goodbye. Next day I left for a one-day vacation. Got home and my pet's tank was destroyed. It all fell apart, which wasn't even possible. All the latches on the glass were open. They actually could have all died. I was in shock. All my CDs were knocked off my shelf on my bed, and they haven't moved since I put them up a year ago. Once I cleaned them up, I left the room for maybe 5 minutes, went back in only to find peanuts on my bed. I ended up saging the entire house yesterday, burned the board outside. Left to go to a friend's house after, and I got home around 12:30 midnight. Go to get out of the car, and I see a black shadow walk away from my house, like down the street. Almost as if it left my house. Am I safe? I'm not sure what to do. I've never been physically attacked. Please help. And also, my phone tonight actually is charged, so I'd wake up to my phone completely dead and nothing's wrong with my charger. Friends said they saw my mom at the window, but she wasn't home. So I was out with a friend last night. She took me home. I moved here about a month ago, and I'm still scared of walking here alone. I don't know, I just get bad vibes. But either way, when we arrived by the front of my window, and the apartment's on the first floor, she said, "Look, your mom's in the kitchen." I looked at the window and only saw the light on. I didn't see anybody being in the kitchen, but I shrugged it off, thinking that maybe she moved or something. My Saturday is pretty bad as fuck. I unlocked the door, went inside. The kitchen is right by the front door. I opened the door to the room to see if she's in there. There was no one in the kitchen, and the lights were kind of freaking off. Like even the damn window was closed. I huffed, confused, went further in the house, about to ask my mom if she was in the kitchen. But she wasn't in the damn house. Later found out that she was a neighbor. Couldn't have been anyone else, as I was like, I was the only one living with my mom. Call my friend to tell her this, and she freaks out, swearing on her life that she literally saw and heard my mom in the kitchen. It was confusing. This house is confusing. It's not even the only weird thing that's happened in here in this month. Like, I got more stories with hearing and seeing stuff and things. Like at one point, something even called out to me. Like my damn name in my mom's voice at like 3 a.m. I was about to answer, but opened my eyes and saw that damn door to my mom's room wasn't open and slammed my mouth shut so fast. But it's not good to answer if something like this happens. It's not even the weirdest thing that happened here. That literally is making me feel like I'm going nuts or the damn house is fucking with me. Could always be both. Black funnel entity loomed over me. I wasn't meant to see it. I live in a fairly large 3-story house that used to be a hotel complex. It was built in 1955. The house and the property across the road were also part of a complex. Same complex. The property across from me is owned by both my grandmother and uncle. There used to be a house in front of mine on the same lot, but it was demolished prior to me moving in. The properties certainly have their history, though I'm unsure of any deaths, but rather fascinatingly, I share a great deal of similarities with the original owner, Andy. We have the same birthday, and as I pretty much later come to find out, share many of the same interests. Never met Andy, but he was a close friend of the family. Both properties have always felt strangely connected to one another. The houses have aged in very much the same ways. I grew up on both properties and always felt comfortable on them, and, well, strange activity began to occur in the house across from mine in 2012. My uncle was living there with his girlfriend at the time. He described hearing singing coming from the unrented upstairs apartments. He told me that the singing was accompanied by the smell of cigarettes. Activity only picked up from that point as things began flying off their fridge and cabinets. One story that really sticks out to me was the ghost cat he described seeing. He told me that he watched his dog chase a black mass the size of a cat into his dog's carrier. That's when he looked into the inside of the carrier, nothing was there. It was around this time when myself and my family began experiencing things in our own house. We began hearing our names called out in the voices of one another. The funny thing is, it wasn't us calling out to one another a majority of the time. I've had a few other experiences since then, most of which, well, I'll write about them later, I guess. The following incident, however, really stands out to me. This took place around mid-July of last year. I woke up suddenly at around 5:45. In the AM, by the way. There's plenty of light inside at the time, as it was midsummer. Upon opening my eyes, I immediately noticed a black mass shaped like a funnel hovering above my face. I shifted my eyes to get a better look at it, and it just vanished in thin air. I immediately got the feeling that it was something that I wasn't meant to see. This all transpired in no more than half a second. However, I recall the image vividly. It was a black mass with a foggy appearance, shaped distinctly like a funnel. Well, I was shook up after seeing it. And as I previously stated, I got a strong sense that it was something I wasn't supposed to see. I immediately researched the terms black funnel ghost, thinking that my search would turn up with nothing. I was shocked to find results that actually contained the description of black funnel ghost. Upon reading the articles, I learned that funnel ghosts are often believed to be deceased family members checking in on their loved ones. The article also stated that black funnel ghosts are often believed to be former inhabitants of a property. I don't believe that what I saw was really either of those, simply due to the dread that was associated with seeing it. And since seeing that black funnel, I've felt uncomfortable at times in my home, especially when working in the basement. I've recently started seeing movements out of the corners of my eyes, which is actually what reminded me of the black funnel ghost. Activities always seems to pick up around this time of year. I don't know what I saw last summer, but any input would be greatly appreciated. I heard a tree fall and hit my truck. So yesterday morning I was using the bathroom. When directly outside my bathroom window, I very clearly heard what sounded like a very large tree snap off, fall down, and hit my truck. The sound was very loud. Felt and sounded like the tree was falling for an eternity. Upon landing, I very clearly heard what sounded like the tree hitting my truck. It honestly sounded like a car crash. I was positive that a tree had just hit my truck. I even heard the antenna on my truck make a sort of boing sound effect, like it had been pulled back and let go suddenly. Absolutely certain that my truck had just been destroyed, I rushed outside to survey the damage. Oddly enough, I couldn't find any sort of evidence of a fallen tree anywhere. My truck was absolutely fine. I was left completely dumbfounded. This incident took place yesterday. Coincidentally, my area is expecting bad storms today. We're currently under a tornado warning. We never even get tornadoes here. I'm a bit freaked out by this. Any idea what this could have been? I can't speak on that for you, but I just gotta say, because this has happened yesterday and today for the most part. So yesterday, I have a small little bathroom upstairs, and somehow it locked itself from the inside, obviously. So I have to go in with like a screwdriver or hammer and remove a whole panel of this door so I can get my arm in, because I'm not gonna kill myself trying to climb up and go through the window to get into my bathroom. But bathrooms are pretty useful things, right? So that's got to be open. The one next to the bedroom has to be usable, right? So break the door in, unlock the bathroom. Great. Then I go downstairs. Dog pees on my carpet, so I go to the little bathroom downstairs, put the dog in the bathroom, yell at him because he's being a bad boy and stuff. as the dog is locked in the downstairs outside little bathroom thing, cat just walks in, black cat obviously, sort of egg yolk colored eyes, just starts screaming, just meow, 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 screaming at me from way down the street, and then walks straight into my house. And I've never had a cat walk into this house before. This house smells like dog and, well, amongst other things. But the cat comes in. I'm like, okay, here's a black cat in my house. Interesting. Pretty cool. So I hang out with this cat for a while. After I'm hanging out with this cat for a while, kind of walks upstairs. Now I'm trying to figure out, I gotta go get my dog who I put in the bathroom. Gotta figure him out. And now my bottom stairs doorknob is locked from the inside. There's no window in that place. There's nothing. And it's really, really crazy humid where I live. So I don't know what could have moved. I don't think anything could have happened. But point is, cat came into my house out of nowhere. 2 different bathrooms locked themselves from the inside. And now a cat that you might have heard on a recording just comes out and hangs out all the time. So, on that note, and on that unnecessary rant, see ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the supernatural comes to life. Hit subscribe and activate notifications to follow our newest spine-tingling stories. Prepare for a thrilling experience. I still don't know what to make of this after all these years. Something strange happened to me when I was younger, and to this day I still can't explain it. Bothers me even after all these years. For context, I'm a 38-year-old and will turn 39 on the 24th of this month. I was living in London, then Ontario, Canada, the city where I was born. My parents were renting a house and I was about 7 or 8 years old. We had a neighbor who was a single mother with a son my age. We went to the same school and became good friends. One day while we were playing in my backyard, he asked if I wanted to come over and play inside his house. He had a lot of cool toys, especially ones that I didn't have. So, headed to his house. I went inside mine to ask my mom if I could go over there. She said yes, so I went over. Their door was unlocked, which was pretty common in the early 90s, so I went inside. It was very quiet. I started calling his name. When I went into his room to find him, I saw him and his mother sleeping. It shocked me. So I ran out of the house as fast as I could, and to this day I find the whole thing very strange. I saw ghosts and maybe traveled to another dimension. I don't know if I'm going crazy. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Peru. Paranormal things started happening in my house with simple things. You know, like seeing shadows, hearing noises, and things like that. But lately, stranger things have been happening. A few weeks ago, I was in the bathroom washing my face. That's when I saw a shadow quickly pass by in the mirror. Thought it was my little nephew. I asked my sister, which was his mom, and she said, "Did you see it too? The baby's in the living room." We both wondered what it was. Couldn't find anything. A couple of days ago, I was at a family shop in the market. I was bored since there was no customers, so I leaned on the counter. For a moment, I felt my body extremely light and a chill. Suddenly, everything around me changed. The aisle where my shop just became longer. The floor was better paved. The stalls changed from the market's original green to like a blue. People appeared out of nowhere, continued their way comfortably, even the radio music changed. Lasted like a few seconds. I stood up in confusion. Everything went back to normal. After that, I felt chills. My heart was racing and I just felt generally unwell. Today, before closing the shop, I went to the bathroom. I was alone at the urinal. I saw a small shadow pass behind me. The walls were porcelain, so you could kind of slightly see reflections. Something was behind me, so I quickly turned around and there was nothing. The bathroom was still empty. I told my mom and my girlfriend everything I wrote each different times. But both times I felt the same chill, like this pressure in my chest. I started trembling the same way I am now as I write this. I don't know if I'm going crazy or if something else is happening. Has anybody experienced something similar? My mom didn't believe me and said I must have imagined it due to being tired. My girlfriend says she doesn't believe me in those things, but remains sort of neutral. Any help would be appreciated. Lifelong and possibly familial stint of sleep paralysis. Shadow person too, perhaps. Let's start off with my dad. He has these dreams where he starts repeatedly howling the sound, sort of a high-pitched voice, much unlike his normal deep voice. He claims that he has a repeated dream of seeing a thief outside his village home. He has to alert others, and he says the thief is, well, he says in his mother tongue. That's in Chor. The syllable pronounced do match up. These happen always when he's laying on his back, and most times, well, at least most times on his back. The curtains are left open or he's stressed, at least I suspect that. He also is underdiagnosed sleep apnea, and refuses to. If anybody knows how to help him, please do. Me and him have one mutual dream. Not much of note, but it was us driving cars, but we had different endings. Now to my experiences. I've been having sleep paralysis episodes ever since I was 9, 15 now. At first, it was pretty classic sleep paralysis. No entity felt or seen. Then I started hearing these loud screeching, thumping, like heartbeats maybe. Maybe like cymbal-type noises for the past 3 years or so. I suspect some case of exploding head syndrome. All these episodes I've never really felt any presence of an entity. That was until last year. I was sleeping in my bed feet forward toward the doorway. My bed is large enough that I can sleep in most angles. The window to my right's curtain was open, so I could get some sunlight when the sun was out, so I had fallen asleep at 3 or 3:30. The episode took place at 4:50 or so. Dark room. I immediately noticed I'm having an episode and the loud noises kick in. I tried closing my eyes and let the episode pass. I do this pretty often, but this time the noises are too much. Open my eyes and they go straight toward my bedroom door. Shadowy entity. I suspect female. Had the silhouette of a small woman with a rice straw hat, notably sinister for some odd reason. Maybe 3 feet in height, peeking with half their body into my room. Red light in place of where their eyes should have been. I'm close to shitting myself. First time I've seen anything in probably 80 plus episodes now. I'm hearing deafeningly loud, high-pitched giggling noises. Eventually it stops, and after it does, I go out of my room to see my sister still awake studying. She had exams. So seeing this, I asked her, "Did you check up on me?" Suspecting that it was her that I saw, but she said no, and that was that. I used to know if I had an episode of sleep paralysis on any given night, at least when I was younger, but this has seemingly gone away once I started sleeping in a different room. This ability came back to me the one night I slept in the old room after about a year of having sleep paralysis. It was about how I fell asleep, like if I felt my eyes roll up the moment I fell asleep that night, I would have sleep paralysis. There's a funny little way I've found to sort of lessen the mental, or at least sort of have unthreatening sleep paralysis, and that is to close my eyes and, get as horny as possible. I seem to be more sensitive to all stimuli during an episode, so I get some pleasure out of it. It's been my goal to try to bust a nut while sleep paralyzing. This person knows how to write. I've also had numerous of these incidents where I see something in my dreams and they happen as I see it a week or two later. Nothing spectacular. Alrighty then. I heard my husband and myself talking outside. Something weird happened yesterday. We were at our summer cottage in the forest. The closest neighbor is about 1 kilometer away from us. I've seen people walking on the road only one time in these 3 years we've been here, so we're pretty much alone. I was sitting outside when I heard my husband's voice asking a question. I could hear only mumbling and words here and there. He was further away from me. I heard a female voice, which sort of sounded like my own voice, and it was answering him. It was asking, "What?" My husband repeating his question again. Something about a list that we were making that day, and the voices just stopped there. I went looking for my husband because for a moment I thought a stranger had wandered to our cottage and was talking with him. I found him inside. He said he didn't talk to anybody or see anyone. He was just chilling on the sofa. So the logical side of me tells me it was just some joggers. Or it was some kind of, maybe like an echo. We were talking earlier, maybe it was from that conversation. Is it possible there could be some kind of semi-scientific explanation, like a distortion in the time continuum, or something? Very confusing nonetheless, and I'm sure it was our voices. The brain's funny about voices, in particular. That time a ghost braided my hair. This happened when I was about 13 or 14 years old. I had a best friend at the time, let's call her Sandra, also about 14 years old. Sandra's dad lived in a condo along with his girlfriend, who I'll call Becky. They had a newborn baby and 2 large pit bulls. It's one large house split into multiple rentable houses. They'd lived there for about 3 or 4 years at the time. I was having a sleepover at their house with Sandra, standing in the kitchen with Sandra and Becky, grabbing snacks to accompany our TV binge. Becky starts to ramble about how their house is haunted. Honestly, I thought she was just bluffing. She was sort of drunk and just seemed to be talking out of her ass. However, Sandra fully vouched for what she said. Becky told me that there's this elderly lady that they share a wall with. Remember, it was a condo. She passed about a week before they moved in. She tells me she's a very active spirit. Talks about her. I was like, okay, Becky, sure. I didn't believe her, didn't really believe anybody at this point. I was wearing this tiny crop top. Felt a cold breeze and pokes on my back. That was as I was leaning against the kitchen counter. There were no fans on and no AC. The pokes felt as if somebody was poking me with their finger. I got freaked out. Told Sandra we're going back to her room. I'm done. Becky follows us back into Sandra's room. We're all just sitting on her bed watching Shameless. Her large pit bull laid on the foot of the bed, fast asleep. A few minutes into the show, I started to experience the most strange sensation I've ever felt in my entire life. Somebody was braiding my hair. Obviously, nobody was touching me, but I swear I felt somebody braiding my hair. And into a particular style. Wish I had the words to describe the sensation, but there was just some type of presence directly above me or behind me touching my head and my hair and braiding. Some type of ponytail leading to a braid. A weird, intricate hairstyle. I wasn't exactly scared, though. It was just bizarre, and I was thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? But I didn't feel fear. I turned to Becky and asked her if that elderly woman wore that hairstyle. The ponytail into a braid into a ponytail, or whatever the hell I said. Becky looks at me pretty shocked. She says that's the hairstyle she wore every single day of her life. A Mormon braid. The elderly neighbor wore Mormon braid, is what they call it. I don't know what a Mormon braid was at the time, yet I described it to Becky and she was like, how the hell did you know that? As I started to tell her, I felt my hair being braided. The dog who's fast asleep started to jerk. Not fully, just jerk around, like almost looked like he was seizing, like fighting with the air. As he was starting to do that, the baby started screaming. Not a baby cry, a scream. The dad had also woken up and been walking around maybe 2 minutes beforehand. That house had something weird in it. Becky told me other stories about how their baby would play in the crib with nobody that was there. How they would set up a camera to record it. It would cut out whatever the baby played with. I'm not friends with Sandra anymore, and I don't really live there, so I think Sandra or Becky or something about that family attracts negative energy or spirits. When they moved out of state and visited and had some terrifying experiences. I'd like to note that my first thought was sort of that she wanted me to be her, like the elderly woman. This overwhelming feeling, I don't know. But funny enough, I've met a new friend recently, and she's really cool. She invited me over, I looked up her address, and she's about 2 doors down from where this happened. Maybe I'm paranoid, but the idea of even going to that close vicinity just freaks me out. I'm so confused about what happened today. I was at a family friend's wedding. The wedding was in the middle of a forest. It was a pretty nice place, but after a while I needed a break from the crowd, so I walked toward a small stream that was nearby. That's where I saw this person. A little bit of background information. Last year, one of my closest friends passed due to a car crash. We were both into paranormal stuff, and they promised to come look for me after they died. Never noticed anything really apart from seeing shadow people every once in a while. That was until today. The person that was standing at the stream had a birthmark on their face. My friend had the exact same birthmark. The person was wearing a limited edition shirt from a band that we both enjoy. My friend wore that shirt the day they crashed. The person even had the same specific hair color as my friend. After I looked at that person for like a while, they smiled and said, "Hello," and said my name. I blinked and they were gone. I'm so confused about it. I need some confirmation that I'm not going insane. I think everybody would enjoy that, once in a while. Some confirmation that we're not going insane. Went to view a house yesterday. Ghost? I'd love to know y'all's thoughts. My fiance and I have been hunting for a rental home as I'm beginning a job in a new city. Yesterday we went to look at this gorgeous cheap house that was huge, but really, really old. When we walked in, everything seemed fine, albeit dated. Checked out the whole first floor. Before we got to the basement door, this really big feeling of dread came over me. I verbally said, "Don't open it." He does carpentry and has a lot of tools, so he opened it up, took a few steps down. As soon as he got halfway down the stairs, he started gagging. He turned to me, his pupils were as big as dinner plates, like huge black pits. He came upstairs and said, "Can't you smell that?" I replied that I didn't smell anything. He asked me to take a few steps down and see if I did, and once again didn't smell anything. It was just musty basement smell. He came back down and said, "That's so weird. It's was completely gone. So we should have left, but we didn't. We go upstairs. It's gorgeous, of course, and as I'm looking at all the rooms, my fiancé asked me to stop moving and to listen. We hear what sounds like footsteps on the hardwood floor downstairs. I say it's just a creaky old house. We keep looking. I'm creeped out, but I also like the house. It's a good price, and I'm determined not to let myself get psyched out. I wanted to share my experiences. My first ever unexplained experience happened 20 years ago. It was at my grandmother's house in farm country in upstate New York. It's a 2-story house in the basement, built in, and I wanted to say maybe like the 1920s. One weekend when my family was visiting my parents, 2 brothers and myself, we heard a noise. I'll describe the upstairs of the house before getting into details of the noise to give you sort of a better overall visual. The stairs to the 2nd story climb about 80% up, and then there's a very small landing. Then the rest of the stairs rise in the opposite direction. So you have to do like a 180 at the landing, go up a few more stairs, and then you're at the 2nd floor. Once you're on the 2nd floor, straight ahead is a relatively large open area. Roughly an 8x8 space that's surrounded on all floors, or rather by all doors. So starting on your right and working around the floor, there's a large storage closet, the bathroom and 1 bedroom to the right side. Then on the side opposite the top of the stairs is another bedroom door, and on the left side there's 2 bedroom doors. On that particular weekend, I was staying in the 1st bedroom on the left. The door to that bedroom is directly across from the door to the large closet. On the night of the noise, I was wide awake at around 2 a.m. I heard the noise coming from the closet across the open space. The noise only lasted for about a second, maybe 2 seconds at the most. It sounded like what you would hear if you pushed a slightly heavy cardboard box across a hard surface that had a little bit of sand or other small hard material on it. The weird thing is I didn't hear any doors open or close before or after the noise. And we always kept our bedroom doors closed at night, and that closet door just always closed in general. I also didn't hear anybody moving around before or after the noise. Eventually, I fell asleep without a whole lot of thought on the noise I heard, and well, next morning, that's when everybody was awakened downstairs. I asked if anybody had been in the closet the night before, and everybody said no. My other experience is much more recent, and it's more of an ongoing thing rather than like a single incident. My wife and I moved into our first house 4 years ago. 4 or 5 times since then, either only myself, or only my wife, or me and her together, or just my wife will just get a whiff of cigarette smoke. We always only smell it in the kitchen, never outside the house or in any other room in the house, always in the kitchen. We live in a cul-de-sac that's got 7 houses including ours. As far as we know, none of our neighbors smoke. In the 4 years we've been there, we've never seen any of them outside smoking. And like I said, we only ever smell it in our kitchen. The people that lived in the house before us were there for 11 years, and they weren't smokers. The lot sizes are all between 1.5 and 2 acres of trees, with pretty decent distance between each house. A few of the times we smelled it, it was like it was coming in from outside and there wasn't anybody out walking by the street smoking. Neither of us can think of any logical reason why it's happening. Mourner's Cries. I was the one who wrote about my terrible girls' night out. But this has nothing to do with that. I don't believe they're in any way connected, since this has been an unusual thing that happens periodically in my life. I have heard it's not uncommon for those who have a strange experience to have more than one strange experience. True. So here's one of the more odd things for me to report. I hear mourning criers as a kind of warning signal of something that I should avoid coming my way. that are morning criers. So in some older cultures, people would have townsfolk cry and mourn death. So occasionally is sort of an early warning system. I hear women wailing and crying, and when I say hear, I don't really mean with my ears. It's like a sound my brain hears that seems to come from deeper than my own body, almost through my body into some other place, if that makes any sense. It's pretty old and primal, but it's a woman crying and wailing and carrying on. It's very irritating. It comes with a deep sorrow-filled chest ache that feels like sadness. It's as if I'm grieving a loved one myself. Not a physical pain, but my heart and health are in good condition. I'm a normal person with a career and happy active life. If you've ever been around somebody whose, own tears have moved you to tears, then you can understand how this odd experience sort of tries to grip me and get my undistracted attention. I'm a busy person, so over the years I've come to regard this experience as an annoyance. But one other thing that closely relates to it, in the sense that it's like a warning system. I'm one of those people who hear 3 knocks prior to a close death. This is less of an annoyance than a crying, since the knocks are pretty swift and they don't repeat. The crying doesn't end until the danger is past. It's as if I have, unbeknownst to me, stumbled upon a trajectory that I should have embarked on, and my instinct, perhaps, or some extra sense attempts to shepherd me through it. The wails can become quite intense, or they can just become a background noise like tinnitus. And now I've looked online for others who've experienced this, haven't found anything good. It's not an auditory hallucination because it's not occurring in the ears or the head, more like a bass reverberating inside. So any ideas what this is? She shapeshifted. Alright, I reached the point where I can't keep it to myself. I need someplace semi-anonymous to just get it off my chest so I can move on. I was part of a trio of best friends. We would hang out socially pretty regularly. One of our favorite things to do was to have a girls' night out at the local clubs. We always started out at one of our least favorite clubs, but I had one of those inexpensive fishbowl drinks, so we typically began our evening there. This is where it happened. We had arrived and were about 30 or 45 minutes into the conversation and drinks, so we decided to hit the dance floor. A group of 3 guys were seated near the dance floor. They joined us once we started dancing. I was paired up with the youngest looking one, who looked maybe 5 or so years younger than myself, but we were having a great time dancing together. We danced and merged back together, and the entire group sort of forming a circle. Directly across from my dance partner and myself was my friend. She was laughing and smiling. She was just dancing and enjoying herself, and then boom! It was like a hologram or a shifting picture, like tuning an image. She suddenly stood well over her head, and the guy was dancing, looked 5'11" or so. She was like a clear head and shoulders over him. So this is the part that I have the hardest time saying without ridiculing myself for not having the answer. Please, I have such a hard time saying it even to myself, but she was a reptile. Like a standing, scale-covered, muscular, humanish creature with a dinosaur human-shaped head. A lizard. Don't excite my gecko. My dance partner and I both froze. I felt just stuck. I was just staring and willing myself to stop staring. I turned to look at him, and the color had drained from his face. I felt so bad for the fear in his face. Without a word to each other, we just both stepped backwards, turned, and fled. He kept walking, completely left the club, and he didn't say a word, just walked off. Like his friend's there, and it was just gone. I went back inside because I thought it had to just be lighting, shadows, or something practical. After all I know, this person were friends. Best friends at that time. So I'm clearly the one who's crazy. I needed to understand what just happened. I sat at the table near the dance floor and watched the whole room. The lighting, the effects, the shadows, my friends dancing, and I just told myself it had to be an optical illusion. A terrifying one, but couldn't have been real. I know this person. I'm not prone to fantasies, so it must have been one to have, like, my vision scrambled enough for my brain to fill in the wrong information. It unsettled me, so I decided not to continue the evening now. I just, said goodbye to the other friend who was with us, and I went home. As soon as I got home, I searched the internet for anybody who had experienced anything remotely similar. Didn't find anything. At that point, I did try and continued to try to convince myself it was the room, the lights, or the strobe effect. That turned my best friend into a 7-foot-tall reptile person. I avoided them for months after that. The next time I saw them, though, I thought maybe she'd find it pretty amusing that I ghosted everybody because she shapeshifted. She didn't find it amusing, seemed worried about it, asking me what she looked like. Fair enough, I thought if my lunatic friends said the same thing to me, I would have questions. Turned it into a joke and tried to move the conversation away from it. But sometimes I get reminded and I see it again in my mind, and I'm still as frightened and confused about it as I was then. We all grew up apart after that. But there, I said it now. Maybe just getting it out of my head will make the memory go away. That is not how memories have worked out for me. What's up with my old house? Just to be clear, nothing particularly big happened. Don't want to build anticipation more. Just ask about the random happenings there. My old house used to always be kind of off. Once heard my name being called, and the only other person in there was my mom. She was on the other side of the house. I kind of remember that if I left my door open while sleeping, I would, usually face the wall due to some shadows off. But being so young, I honestly can't remember if I ever saw, a proper shadow figure, if it was just like my mind twisting the darkness. Previous owners died, though we have no clue if it was in the house. The original bathroom tiles had angels on them. They weren't designed to look creepy in any way, but they were very unsettling. Honestly, the house just had that bad feeling that no other house I've been in has. And you know what I mean, that kind of bad feeling. I was apparently above an old mine. Being in an old UK mining town. My deceased dad visited me. Context. My dad passed away in January of 2020 from suicide. We weren't speaking at the time, and I always wished I'd gotten closer before he passed. The other night I had a vivid dream. I was walking down the street. Imagine a city's main road. It was empty when I got the urge to walk into a bar. This bar was old-looking, somewhere you'd only picture old regulars going. It was completely empty. Suddenly my dad appears, asks me how I am, says it's good to see me and gets me a drink. We then both sit down and he asks me how my family is and if I'm enjoying school. He then says that he misses me, he's sorry. Tell him that I want to stay, but I feel like I have to go. I had this conflicting urge to sit with him longer and walk out the door. The windows facing the street were also glowing white. He says I don't belong here and that I need to get back to my family, but it's okay. We then hugged and I stood up, walked to the door, and woke up before I could exit. The whole time his face was extremely vivid. This is important because whenever I try to think of my dad, I can never clearly picture him in my mind. A weird tree appeared outside of my window. I, an 18-year-old male that loves to look outside of the window while I'm doing something in my bedroom, like studying or playing some video games, that was until one day. I noticed something. In the distance, I'd seen some tree. A tree that I'd never seen before in 18 years. At first, I thought probably I didn't notice until now. The following days, I couldn't sleep. Strange things happened to me late at night. I will list them here. The light. Between 1 and 3 a.m., some sort of a light appeared in my bedroom. This light could only be seen clearly out of the corner of my eye, but when I put my eye on it, it disappeared to return later. This light curiously didn't emit light. It was like a flashlight that focused on you, but said flashlight didn't illuminate. 2. The man in the window. A shadow who watched me in the night. Always when I would randomly wake up in the night, I would see this head. It was usually my dog. Go and try to bark at it. The thing made me sleep with the window closed the whole summer. 3. The tree. Speaking about this tree, I do nothing, but one day it just appeared near my house. From my window, I can see the avenue trees, which measure more than 30 meters. This tree's about 150 meters away from the avenue. So one day I tried to find that tree, but once I crossed the avenue and looked at the horizon again to find the tree, I couldn't find it. So I walked a little more, nothing. Taking into account that due to the distance and height of the tree on the avenue, this one should measure the same or even more. So then I gave up only to find willows and orange trees. It's been 1 year since I found this weird tree, and it really freaked me out. I lost the photos on my old phone from the view of my window before the trees. One friend of mine said that I probably got interchanged between universes. So, one who knows, probably there's another me writing about how this tree disappeared. Hope this community can help me with this, or at least an explanation. Frightening experience tonight. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up as I write this. I'm not into the paranormal, it's not my thing. But I feel like I need to get this out into the open. Maybe to feel better, to understand what's going on. I have no history of mental illness. I take no medication, and I don't believe in ghosts, demons, or hauntings. But for the last few weeks, especially the last 3 days, I've been waking up between 3 and 4 a.m. It's been happening so often that I now take over-the-counter sleep aids. So every night the process is eerily similar. I wake up abruptly from a deep sleep. Almost always I've had vivid dreams before waking up. The dreams are always calm or happy, nothing negative. I wake up feeling happy, but within 2 seconds I become utterly terrified. I don't understand why. I hear creaking in my room as I wake up, like footsteps. I brush it off as house noises. A few seconds into my fear, my dog downstairs wakes up and starts whining. Then I start to hear a woman's voice speaking to my 1-year-old in the baby room. I also feel a deep, heavy, and angry presence in my room. And I feel this like immediately after waking up. So uncomfortable that I can't go back to sleep. Now that I've got that out of the way, it's what happened tonight that's making me write this. Tonight the same thing happened. I abruptly woke up from a good dream, became terrified, and heard creaks in my room. Shortly after, dog woke up, then I started hearing an old woman's voice in my 1-year-old bedroom, like all the other nights. Checked the baby monitor, there was nothing, no sound of a woman's voice, my baby was asleep. I turned the TV on low, but even that didn't help distract me from my terror. Then all of a sudden I felt a complete sense of dread and fear. A few seconds later I heard loud and clear heavy human footsteps running in my room. I was heading toward the baby's room, then back to my room, finally down the stairs. While this was happening, my dog was barking. The barking woke my wife. Then I explained what happened, called the police, told them that we had called by accident, thought that we had heard somebody in the house. The outside door didn't open or close, so nobody ran down the stairs or ran out of the house. If this was the case, we would have caught it in a Ring camera or the other camera on the other side of the outside door. Our house isn't very large, so the idea of somebody hiding is out of the question. There'd be nowhere for them to stay or hide or anything. I'm in complete fear and shock right now, and I'm completely unsure of what to think. I think there wasn't a person in the house, but with the layout of the house, I would have seen somebody running down the stairs from my room. I heard the footsteps, but saw no one. Nothing on the baby monitor. These weren't just creaks or generic house sounds I could easily dismiss like all the other nights. They sounded like a person running throughout the house. The footsteps were heavy. It sounded like a person running. I'm already in a state of fear, so I'm not ruling out the possibility of it being my perception at the time. Going to schedule an appointment with a therapist and possibly a psychiatrist, as I'm not ruling out this could be an issue with me. I'm first going in this direction, and want to believe this is the case. However, under all the circumstances, I can't completely rule out that this might be some kind of paranormal happening. What concerns me the most is hearing a woman's voice coming from my 1-year-old's room while he's asleep. But then again, noises are noises at night. But the running footsteps from tonight also made my dog start barking. That I have absolutely no answers. My dog never barked at any of the other nights, just whines. But when the running footsteps started, my dog began barking. So I don't think I was the only one who heard the running footsteps. Has anybody else had any similar experience? How did you resolve the issue or determine what the cause of the problem was? Does anybody have any recommendations other than seeing a doctor, because I'm already doing that? The only reasonable explanation I can think of is that some kind of a large animal might have been running around in the house. We're going to investigate. It's a possible cause. However, our house is very clean, organized, and open, so there wouldn't be many places for something like a raccoon or a possum to hide. Still not ruling it out as a possibility at this point. Lastly, disappointingly, on the baby monitor I heard no woman voices. I would think that would be good. When I was a kid in the 90s, we felt the spirit of a dead cat. Details inside. So one day back in the 1990s, I and a bunch of friends, Gareth and Rachel, helped me scrape a dead cat from the road. I'll pin it to 1994. It could be a year or two out. It was pretty flat. No chance of even the best vet bringing this poor thing back to life. But we did have enough compassion to do it a favor, get it off the road so at least the owner could identify it. I was out on my bike with those friends, but it was just up the road, so I rushed back, got one of my father's shovels, and returned 5 minutes later to do the deed. I waited for a break in traffic, busy British B Road. Got to work. 1, 2, and 3. Got it moving off the side of the road. And here's where it got interesting. Once we'd done that and got the cat's body to safety, we stood over it for a little bit and, just out of curiosity, started pointing at things as kids do. It was pretty messed up, as you can imagine. By the nature of doing this, each of us ended up putting a hand directly over the cat. What happened next surprised the bejesus out of us. In holding our hands over the cat, we each got what could only be described as a nice electric shock. Worked its way up our hands and arms as we held our hand over the cat at this one time. It was amazing. We still talk about how weird it was this day. Was it the cat's spirit lifting away? We're obviously unsure, but it was a profound experience and neither of us has ever experienced it again. Dead mother appears in picture. I had a roommate named Susie. She was a 36-year-old female. She was staying with us at my parents' house. It's a long-time family friend. One night I went out with some friends for dinner and invited her to join us. We began to talk about paranormal experiences. She's very attentive and quiet. After the topic was starting to end, she sort of pulls out her phone and shows us a picture. But it looks like a selfie of her and a man in a hospital bed and a lady standing next to the man in the bed. Me being confused, I tell her I don't get it. She asks me, "Did you ever get to meet my mom?" She assumed because she's a family friend for so many years that I knew her. I said no. She then begins to tell me the context of that photo. Her mom died years before. The story takes place in Mexico. Her brother had got surgery, and at the time she was working at Home Depot. She would take care of him from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and switch with another sister every day at 2 p.m. That was since she started work at 3 p.m. And in Mexico, the most common way of transportation is by bus or taxi. But anyways, one day the sister that was going to replace her at the hospital was running late, so Susie calls her boss to let her know that she was running late. However, 2 people had called off and were already understaffed. Her boss was really annoyed and hung up on her. Susie, trying to prove to her that she was really late because of the sister's circumstance, she decides to send a selfie with a text saying, "You see, it's just me and my brother and I can't leave him alone." Her boss texts her back almost immediately saying, "You think I'm stupid?" "Then who is that next to your brother?" Confused, she looks at the phone and you clearly see a woman in the picture. I asked her if she had the picture and she did. She told me, "I know your mom and your dad, they've met my mom. When we get home, we'll show them this picture. We'll ask them who it is in the picture." The picture was clear. It wasn't a shadow that looked like her or anything. It was a full person. Unfortunately, like in many cases with roommates, we had to kick her out due to some circumstances. We're no longer in contact. Would have loved to share the picture. You can still go back. The Boys on the Plane. Unexplained interference. On a weekend afternoon in 2006, my girlfriend and now wife were hanging out at her apartment watching The Weatherman on DVD. About halfway through the movie, from the TV speakers, we hear a muffled man's voice, like he's speaking through a fast food drive-thru speaker, saying something that sounded like the toy is in Spain. We look at each other confused. I'd never seen the movie, and I didn't know if this was some bizarre part of it that she was looking at me thinking I was playing some weird joke. We both say we have no idea what's going on. Meanwhile, the voice from the TV said it again. The toy is in Spain. With a bit of caution, I ask, "The toy's in Spain, the toy's in the rain?" He responds, sounding a little frustrated, this time more forceful, as if trying to enunciate more. "The boy is on the plane." We look at each other again, stunned. Seems to have responded to us. It repeats it again, sounding even more frustrated, and again faster. Finally, my wife shouts, "Stop it! The boy's on the plane. We don't know what you want us to do about it." Silence for a bit. The voice then mumbles something and then very clearly says, "Sorry." Then we never heard it again. I watched that part of the movie again later to reproduce the sound, and I tried a handful of other DVDs. I tried plugging a DVD into another player, the player into another TV, and nothing. The TV just had the DVD player and the coax cable for the cable TV hooked into it. Never been able to explain what happened that day. Mysterious woman humming. About 2 or 3 weeks ago on a Friday or Saturday night, maybe around 1:15 a.m., I was finishing up with some games as I stay up late most nights playing games. I was going to put a pizza box in the bin outside. Went into the garden and put it in the bin, but as I did, I could hear a lady humming. It was in the street just behind this big hedge that we have. I'm a big lad. I used to be a prison officer, so I know how to handle myself. I don't easily scare. Something about this gave me the willies. Went to the gate and looked in the street. There's nobody there, but I could still hear some lady humming. And at this point, I had 4 dogs, by the way. The dogs in the house started barking like crazy, which they don't do, which added to the feeling of fear I was getting. I was going back to the house and the humming continued and seemed to get louder, but I just got in the house, shut the door, and the dog's still barking at the door and running up the stairs in the living room to look out the windows. Our door. The things that don't bark. Our door has glass in it, so I look through again, no one there. Go in the living room, look out the window, and upstairs, look out the window for a better view, and again no one's there. I know I wasn't asleep because when I settled, I came to mention it to a friend on Discord straight away. They obviously thought I was bullshitting. Anybody have a similar experience or anything? Like, this was more just to get this out of my head more than anything. Pleasure to be of service. Childhood experience. I always had this one stuffed animal growing up. Carrie, that stuffed dog, actually everywhere I went. He was my homie and I'd call him Doggy. I don't remember the specific age, but I was maybe around the time my stuffed animals became more of a sleep buddy than something I brought along with me, but still having a huge attachment to it. Anyways, it was one summer night. I remember Mom making me just go to make my bed and would do my routine of brushing my teeth, turning on the night light, tucking the doggy beside me. The night light was one of those sweet 2000s rotating fish tank lamps. Anyways, after a while I'm still awake alone in bed just watching those fish go round and around. At one point I remember starting to feel scared, like the energy of the room just dramatically shifted. Trying to distract myself by just constantly studying the fish and counting every time the clownfish circles back. Suddenly it turns off. My reaction was to quickly get up to turn it on as fast as possible. I sit up and then instantly get pulled back down. Suddenly it felt like my body was restrained with a massive weight. I was unable to move or anything, so laying there motionless. I noticed my stuffed animal slowly rise vertically from the bed. I become absolutely mortified as I see him pause halfway up and slowly descend to the wall. Doggy was like passing inside the wall, almost like a ripple effect to it. Can't fully explain it, but stray visions of like crimson, orange, and metallic. It was all such an intense feeling of sadness and terror as I thought I'd never see Doggy again. After that, he was legit gone. Got up panicking trying to search for him and still unsure what actually happened. Ended up crying myself to sleep because of it. In the morning I ran downstairs to tell my mother and saw Doggy on the counter. My mom was pissed because she thought like I used her razor blades to shave the stuffed animal. Doggy only had small patches of fur left, looked almost completely shaved. More like all the little fur he had were plucked out. Tried to explain what happened, but it was exactly like a movie trope where the parents completely dismissive of the kid seeing something freaky. She decided I was kind of too old for it, so I crossed a boundary and kind of hid him away from me. Devastated. Again. A few days later I get this massive pain in my abdomen. It's actually unbearable. Gets to the point that my mom takes me to the doctor, which is kind of a big deal to go see a doctor with my family. I ended up getting an x-ray and they find massive clumps of fur in my stomach. Well, I don't remember what the doctor said, but my mom said they found a bunch of fur in my stomach and that's what was causing my pain. I was fine, but my mom thought I was actually binge-eating fur off of my stuffed animals. Took them all away. I felt so wrong for that. I'm still upset what happened to Doggy and me getting punished for it. I had to switch rooms and slept with my older brother instead because I couldn't actually get any sleep without any other person in the room. I tell this story all the time now. Still can't fully comprehend or express it in words. I do still have Doggy around, somewhere in one of the boxes. Wouldn't mind including a picture of it if anyone's interested. He's a bit aged now and a bit raggedy, but still looks pretty good for coming back from hell. Anybody else think that he ate the fur at the beginning of the story? I had a feeling. The warding necklace broke, and I was immediately chased. I'm a very spiritual person. Tarot cards, herbs, incense, cleansing, protective, warding jewelry. I have this one necklace, and it has a bell charm, which is supposed to ward off spirits and negative energy with its ringing. Now for the events. I live in a town in southern Finland with a population of about 15,000 people. I was on a night out with some of my friends, and at around 1 a.m. we decided to call it a night and go home. None of us have cars, but 2 of my friends have bikes. But I really didn't feel safe asking for a ride because they had something to drink, and well, I wasn't thinking that I would be encountering anything tonight, so at this point I was alone. There weren't any people around, and I had my AirPods in, and it wasn't a long walking distance, maybe 1.5 kilometers. And well, then the chain of my bell necklace broke, slides off my body and hit the ground. Kneeled down to see if the bell was intact, but while I was grabbing the bell, I just felt anxious. Quickly took the bell, and at first I wasn't running, but I started to hear a kind of howl. It was coming pretty nearby. We have a lot of deer here and some foxes, but this was, well, definitely neither of those. At this point I was scared shitless, not sure what I imagined or what exactly happened, but I think of it running or walking in 4 legs. When I looked behind, was a bipedal. Its back was slouching a bit, and I expected to see a piercing glowing eye like a cat's. But there barely was a shine, which maybe just freaked me out more. I didn't know if I should hide or run to my now close home or to knock on someone's door. It's very hospitable here. I decided to take a run for it, even though I was quite sure I couldn't outrun it. Then I felt a sharp pain in my calf. Really wanted to just lay on the ground, but my body started running faster. Had my keys in my backpack, so I decided to run in my shed in my backyard, which honestly, now that I think about it, felt pretty dumb. But maybe it was the right thing to do, because I didn't die that night. I'm a 19-year-old student. I knew the police wouldn't have believed me when I said a malevolent entity chased and scared me. But I'm having restless dreams, and when I got back, I was still holding the bell. I wasn't going to prepare it. Now I'm looking to buy a new one, because it lasted for a long while. I really want to answer your questions, and I wasn't really sure can I post the scar it left here, so I didn't really post it. It's pretty gory. Intervention experience. Anyone ever have one? So my dad's aunt passed away some years ago. My parents and I went to the funeral mass. It was in an old part of town, so street-only parking. My dad proceeds to parallel park, and this taller older gentleman, I would guess maybe 6'6", because he towered over my dad, who's like 5'10" or 11, came from behind the hearse. He was frantically notifying us not to park there. There was no reason, like a fire lane, no parking sign, or not to park there, so my dad parks further down. Get out of the car, proceed to walk to the church. We passed this tall older gentleman. He expresses again, "You guys made a good move not parking there." So my dad and I were obviously perplexed by this statement, and what's strange is I firmly believe when you have a life-altering experience, your brain goes into detailed memory mode. What I remember the most is how this guy was dressed. Royal blue fur lapels on the jacket, wider brim fedora with a purple feather on the band. Like something out of the 70s. This was 2008. My dad said something to the effect of, "Nice weather today we're having." He jokes with me before we head to church. Man, the guy was dressed like Superfly. So we go to the funeral mass. This is one of those funerals where there's a car procession to the cemetery. There's a car in the spot that this taller older gentleman told us not to park in. I even joked with my dad because this guy was frantic. Like, why could they park there and not us? My dad shrugs, we get into the car. I have about a 10-mile trip from the church to the cemetery out in the burbs. It goes on a pretty busy road with a lot of intersections. Car behind us, and the procession is the car that parked in that spot that told us not to, was crossing one of the intersections. The driver wasn't paying attention and slammed into the car behind us. Fortunately, it was a front-end hit. People behind us were okay. We get to the cemetery, and my dad was adamant to say thank you to this tall older gentleman. Get him a case of beer or something. So we talked to the funeral director because we presumed he was part of the staff because he's with the casket dolly. They have no idea who this guy is, nor did we see him at the cemetery or at the church when we left after the funeral mass. A figure in a camp cabin. Back when I was in middle school, we had a school trip over one weekend to camp. The class was split up to have a cabin for the boys and a cabin for the girls. The layout of the girls' cabin was an open main room, and when you came inside, there were 2 bunk beds in the left corner with a single bed between them. Then a closed-off small room in the right corner for a teacher to sleep in. There were then bathrooms to the right, a long room to the left where there were 2 rows of more, bunk beds. The rest of the girls filled up that long room, so my friend's group got to use the beds in the open room, and me being one on the bottom of the bunks. The first night went as you'd expect, staying up late laughing and messing around, and then passing out for the whole night. The second night was a bit different. We were all asleep by midnight, but I ended up waking up sometime later. I used my flip phone to check the time, and it wasn't long after 2. Sat up a bit to stretch, turned over in bed away from the wall. But once I was almost completely turned over onto my other side, I froze. I could see someone standing in the middle of the open room. A boy, pale with short blonde hair, wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts, stood in the middle of the girls' cabin staring at me. The moonlight from the window between the bunk beds gave me a good view of him. He looks like just any random kid you'd see at a camp, except he had no eyes, just black voids where his eye sockets should be, and even still I can only describe it as he was staring at me, and so I stared back. I must have stared at him for a good 15 seconds before I slowly went to reach for a small flashlight I kept next to my phone in the bed. I never looked away from him. I brought the flashlight up and I turned it on. The room was suddenly bright. The boy was nowhere to be found. Turned the light back off soon after, not wanting to wake anyone. But I heard my friend on the bunk above me speak up. She simply asked if I had seen him too. I replied, yeah, before turning back over to sleep. Events happening in reverse. He told me a few years ago that we were talking about strange things that had happened to us and that we had seen. I think he had others, but I remembered this one the best. He was sitting in his room and heard something outside, possibly like its name getting called. He opened his door to see what it was, and he saw some unfamiliar figure. He was walking towards his room. He closed the door quickly. I can't remember his descriptions, if it looked human or like some type of dark figure. I think it was something dark and possibly demonic from how I imagined it. He opened the door and it was gone. Later, at least a few weeks, he was watching TV on his couch downstairs. He looked up to the window section of the glass door next to him and saw the same being climbing in. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he disappeared soon after we saw him. Finally, he was playing on his trampoline in the backyard. I think a couple of months later. He looked over to his shed in his side yard to see the very same being walk out of it and head toward his back door. If you replay the events, they seem to have happened in reverse. I don't know what you guys think about this, and I totally understand if you don't believe it, but I think it's interesting. If you've had a similar experience or a possible explanation, I'd appreciate hearing it. Creepy house story. So, throughout my childhood, I would visit my grandma's house frequently. Sometimes it was just a visit, and other times I'd have a sleepover. As I got older, I became more and more scared of the house. Got to the point that I would have panic attacks even at the mention of it. As well as this, the activity increased as I got older. Eventually, I refused to go anywhere near it. So my first memory was when I used to, thinking back, I think it was sleep paralysis. Like I would wake up and not be able to move. In these moments, I could hear loud voices. They'd be both male and female. They'd be repeating numbers or words. They'd get increasingly louder and closer. And this happened around the age of 4 and 6 and stopped at about 13. I started having recurring nightmares in the house. This would always be relatively like the same dream and theme. It was pitch black and I was stood in the house and someone would appear out of nowhere and chase me, trying to hurt me. It's only stopped within the last 2 years. Traumatized me that much. It would always feel cold and heavy in the house. I would feel cold air and see shadows out of the corner of my eye at nighttime, and it was really quiet. It's like laid in the dark and being too afraid to go to sleep. I could hear footsteps and mumbling and bangs downstairs or in the corridor, and I'd be shaking with anxiety. Objects would move on their own, and lights would flicker. I tried to search up the history of the house, but got nothing. It was just always a heavy feeling. The house was always freezing cold, electricals would stop working frequently, and I'd always be tired. So, yeah. Music room at school. So a few years back, I was in secondary school and in music. Me and this other girl got put into a practice room to rehearse our piano piece. It was a small room with an electric piano and a seat, like a literal cupboard room. We both felt a really eerie and heavy presence. We tried to just shake it off. We started practicing our pieces and the piano kept turning off, and multiple times in a row we just started playing like backing tunes. We just turned the switch off and on and seemed to fix it. Yeah, I'm aware electrical problems can occur, but it was just odd. The room had hot and cold spells. For example, you'd put your hand in one area and it'd be warm or room temperature, but then move your hand and it would feel cold. At one point during our practice, I felt what I can only describe as a tickling feeling on my shoulders going down my back, and it felt cold, and I'd never had anything feel like that before. My friend said that she kept seeing things out of the corner of her eye. When she'd look in the direction, whatever it was that she saw just wasn't there. I'm aware of all of this being very small stuff that could be probably explained, but I thought I'd share it because I thought it could potentially be paranormal activity. We felt fear from that room and never went into it ever again. But I hope to hear from you guys again. See ya.